5% of the people of the world live in the United States, but we consume 40% of the resources. No matter what damage we do to the earth, the people, educate the young, because if you knowledge, they impress. This is the beginning of time. Just to make you feel less, just the way you stand up and rise against the oppressor. 5% of the people of the world.
And welcome back to another great night here on the Freedom Revolution Network. This is Clarity After Dark. I am your host, Scarlet Anonymous. My co-host, Red Gypsy, is here with me tonight. Say hello, Red.
Hi.
We are coming to you live from our new and improved FRN system. So welcome, everyone. So let's get started tonight. So hopefully everybody will tune in, as well as come to the chat. Hopefully I'll be able to see your chat messages. It's a new, we're trying out things new on the Freedom Revolution Network, and hopefully it works out just fine. So just let us know. Keep us in the loop tonight. We're going to look at comments. Hello. You did fall down a rabbit hole, Facebook user. This is Clarity After Dark, and that song's been our theme song. It's called What You Believe by Microphone Mafia. And it talks about this new world ain't nothing that you ever envisioned. And we've played it for the last 5 years on Clarity After Dark because we've been seeing the trends and the things that are going to happen for a long time coming. And we have a lot of different news tonight to talk about. We'll also have an ability for people to call in later in the show. And I will put the number up on the ticker when the time comes. So definitely stay tuned for a good show tonight. We have a lot of different things to talk about. A lot of things happen today out there in the news world. And we've got a lot of things to talk about. So, Red, how have you been this week? Let's check in. I know we talked to everybody on Sunday on Journey into Freedom, but we always like to do an update with you. What's tonight's Colorado Life with Red, and let's get it going. Red?
Why? I'm sorry. Why if it totally blocked you out?
Okay, so we're going to talk about tonight Homestead update, Colorado Life with Red, and then we're going to get into the news tonight.
Oh, there's really nothing new.
No Homestead updates? Not how you miraculously cured scours on the farm this week, and you haven't told anybody about it?
Dude, I don't know. I'm so tired, man.
I get it. Work has been a little bit craziness and some new things that you're not used to, so I could totally understand why you're a little, need some relaxation tonight.
No, it's not even that. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. Somebody sent me some information that I'm going to talk with you about later, but yeah, I'm a little frustrated about that.
Okay. Pam asks, how are the kitties? How are your children's?
Are we talking about the four-legged or the two-legged?
Two-legged variety. Maybe four-legged. Maybe four-legged. I don't know. I'll let Pam respond, but we can show Pam's comment up there too. So that's pretty cool.
I'm not in there. I can't see it.
Well, you can see it on YouTube.
I don't know how to get to our YouTube crap.
All you have to do is search Freedom Revolution Network on YouTube. That's it.
Unless it sends me the little, like, thingy, I can't ever get to the chat. I don't know why.
You just have to search Freedom Revolution Network on YouTube. That's it. I'm going to send you the link right now. Right now. So we're going to get Red the link, because then Red can't say she can't stop. Okay, hold on. It's taking a moment. But, so we're trying some new stuff out here. This is our new look here on the Freedom Revolution Network. So I hope everybody likes it, and I hope everybody enjoys what we're going to be bringing here today. We have some serious topics to talk about as well tonight.
And this really sucks, because I was going to do egg candling live for you guys tonight and test out my egg candler, and I can't.
You know,
I mean, I can, but I can't share it with you guys.
Right. So we'll figure that out. This is the first night using it, and we literally just started using it tonight earlier with Mel and Tim.
No. It has nothing to do with that and everything to do with my phone.
Right.
It's killing my battery on my phone.
Right. And hopefully we can figure something out. Like maybe if it's, on a power pack or something, it drains less or something, or maybe, we'll figure out something. We'll find something to do. We're going to figure out a way.
I don't know. It's just draining the battery, and I'm plugged in at the same time. But it's been doing that with a couple of things lately.
Oh, is it getting to that point now?
Yeah, I think they've embedded the microphone in.
Right.
It seems to be about an every year thing.
That's true.
Every year, it takes them about a year, and then they get in there, and then it's, the battery starts dropping, little things start happening, my screen starts doing shit that it shouldn't be doing, and this time it really shouldn't be, because it's not cracked, it's not broken, it's not nothing.
Right.
And my screen will just randomly go, dude, it clocked me out of work yesterday.
Did it really?
It clocked me out of work yesterday, and it was sitting there off.
What?
Yeah, it was sitting on the counter off. Like, not off, but like screensaver off.
Right.
And in order to even bring it back from screensaver, you have to use, I have it set up to use my fingerprint.
Right.
So to take it off the sleeve, I have to put my finger on it, and it has to read my fingerprint. So nobody else can get on my phone. I know this for a fact.
Right.
It freaking clocked me out of work. I worked for 3 hours off the clock.
Oh, no.
Because it just randomly clocked me out. It has randomly clocked me in to work while I've been sitting at home.
Wow. That's crazy when you really think about that. Honestly, like, wow.
It has pulled up random stuff, like been sitting in a room full of people and it's been off, and then all of a sudden you'll hear that Google voice be like, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand you.
Right.
You weren't supposed to understand me.
That's true.
You ain't even supposed to be listening.
That's true. That's absolutely true. But, I mean, this technology is having a hard time right now regardless. I don't care what you're using, you're having a hard time. I mean, that is just the truth. Things are just going down like no one's business and this and that. I mean, it's rough. It's rough out here. So, so we've got a few people in the chat here. So welcome to Clarity After Dark. Again, as I said,
I thought you were sending me the link. I didn't get it.
Oh, well, I was gonna send you the link. I apologize. I'm sorry.
You said right now, but nothing ever came.
You know what? I got distracted. I apologize.
I'm just saying.
You're right. No, I did drop the ball on that. I do apologize.
I feel like a Euro trip right now. I was watching a gay sport. I didn't need to, but the girls never came.
I see, right? The girls never came. Yeah, it's true.
In more than one way, pun intended.
But that's what she said. So, you know, I say that with all jokes aside, but tonight, in many ways, it's a tale of two Americas, really. You know, I made the title tonight, America's Fallen. And I say that for some of the things I saw today that occurred. As we all know, it's day whatever, week 5 of distance learning for my kids. So it's been like maybe probably week 7 of quarantine. And, you know, we've seen these draconian measures be put in all over the board, right? And we've seen, hello, Heather. Hello, hello. Hi, there's Heather. She is host of the Liberty Librarian here on the Freedom Revolution Network. So welcome. And we've seen a lot of things happen that, you know, has gotten every patriot person concerned, right? But today, I think, tops the cake. Besides yesterday, when we had a patriot activist who was at the Michigan Capitol, who was forcibly removed and literally had her shoulder pulled out of socket by Capitol ushers, all because she was there recording and she wasn't disrupting anyone. I mean, this was all recorded on live video. We've been trying to get a hold of her to see if she'd like to come on and talk about her experience and what happened. But they literally ripped her out of the Capitol building. And she had to go to the hospital. And she had to have x-rays and all these things. And I think she's lawyered up now to where she might not be able to talk. But we're starting to see the turn against people by the government and deep state actions, which are highly concerning. Today in the state of California, they had a protest, okay, or rally, whatever you want to call it, at the Capitol, outside, peaceful, with many, many people. And it had lasted many, many hours. And they arrested 14 people today. 14 good people who are out there fighting for our rights and who are activists, who are willing to put their time and lives on the line to stand up for the rest of us and our freedoms. And these 14 people were arrested, and they're well-known people in groups, including the Freedom Angels, I've heard. And I don't know if it was all of them. I haven't been able to get to the bottom of that. But I heard that even they were arrested today in California. The police then came out about 50, 75 deep, made a police line, riot gear, shields, batons, and bulletproof vests and bulletproof, you know, everything down to the wrists and down to past their stomachs. And they pushed against the people and pushed them off of the Capitol grounds and read some paper to them and told them that they could no longer be there. They even went as far as to have snipers on the roof, as well as they took 3 people's children from their families today. CPS was on the Capitol grounds and were taking custody of people's children. In that sense, to me, America has fallen. When you can't even go to a protest and exercise your First Amendment right, we have a huge problem. We have a huge problem. Yeah, exactly. As Dwayne said, and I put it up on screen, this is ridiculous. Protesting against the government is a part of our First Amendment rights, and that's truth. That is our right to redress grievance against government and to bring it to them. And what better place than the Capitol, the people's house? I'm very concerned about seeing these actions today. Now, I didn't see any other protest across America get that intense, where they were literally pushing people. They threw a pastor on the ground. They ripped up this guy, had built like a little jail cell to like show how basically, you know, we're all in jail. And they ripped that down and threw him to the ground and arrested him. There was a bright young man who spoke. He was a doctor, actually, from the California area. And he talked about how, you know, and he was preaching to the police. And he's like, you know, I'm a former Marine. I'm a doctor. You know, this is really upsetting what's going on right now. And he was saying, you know, you guys need to not take orders because you're supposed to protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And he really gave a heartwarming speech. And he told them, you know, you guys are getting your paychecks now, but then what happens when you're told to move against us as people? Are you going to feel good about yourself going home and stating, you know, I beat up a group of patriots because they were out, you know, trying to protect their freedoms? It's a fair question. And a lot of them, after he got done speaking, a lot of them did some weird line change and removed themselves from the line and did not come back. And then there was only a small amount of police on the front line. I found that really interesting. You know, I don't know if his speech produced anything. I don't know if the words he said changed their mind. But they did, at least at that point, reduce the police presence. So in some small way, I felt like that was a win. I mean, watching this on the same day that Canada has removed guns, all semi-automatic weapons are no longer legal in Canada. We're losing our rights on a daily basis. And who is going to be there to stand up for us? It's going to have to be we the people. And we're going to have to make really hard, tough decisions here pretty soon about how we want this to look. What way do we want to go about things? I think that's important. I'm just, today is a really sad day for the state of affairs for freedom and liberty. While other states open, other states are locking down even harder and creating more and more rules and spouting the same speech. Red, did you know that the same speech was given by Polis, Governor Walz, Mike DeWine, and a few other governors today? Did you know that, Red?
No.
Yeah. So they all are speaking from like the same playbook. Honestly, that's the only way I can see it, because they all came out with the same statement today, which was, and tell me if this makes sense. Tell me if this doesn't sound like something we've already read, okay? Once my things actually load and do what they're supposed to. It's half the problem. Hopefully we can get this up. All right. So, with that being said, here we go. Are we ready? We have a 6-phase plan to reopen the state. The plan will be a phased plan that we will utilize in phases. The phases will be planned and the planning will be phased. We will move quickly and slowly to open but remain closed. I have created a staff of staffers who will plan the phase and planning while phasing their phases. Does that make any sense? At all? Did that make any sense, Red?
No.
Yeah, no. It's ridiculous. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And Dwayne said we are Americans. We're basically under a dictatorship. Yeah, with our governors, yeah, pretty much they have us held hostage at this point. They get to decide whatever they want without truthful explanation. You know, I might be able to feel better about this if they could give us like good sets of data and actual factual information, not just, oh, I was told or I heard or this was said. If we could get a little bit more of that, I think we could actually have something worthwhile. That we could actually say, hey, okay, we can justify it because we know the factors that are involved. But right now, we don't have that. So I'm not quite sure what they think they're doing or how they're, you know, trying to be the man behind the curtain. But they're really not doing a good job at this point. You know, that's just my opinion. Like, I'm very concerned for the state of America at this point. I'm very concerned. I'm really, you know, I was talking to a friend today and we were kind of talking about, do we just give up? You know, do we just kind of like remove ourselves from society and be done with it at this point? You know, will people actually stand up as a force of we the people? And that, I don't know. Are people tired enough of this yet? You know,
Right.
For those, and don't get it wrong. Don't act like I'm just trying to like start, you know, make everything open and then you have to go too. You know, you can treat the shutdown however you want. If you want to stay home and limit your activities and limit your contact or exposure, that's your choice. No one should be making you do something either way. Businesses, if they don't want to be closed, should be allowed to be closed. If they don't want to be open, they shouldn't have to be open either. We should all have choices. And that's the one thing that's been removed is choices. And I think that that's what's got people upset. I think that's what's really going on. You know, we're hearing from nurses. You were telling me earlier about those nurses in the groups that you saw in some of the open groups that are around, you know, reopen this, reopen that. We're talking about terrible conditions. You know, for those who can work at home and still have a job or are essential workers or this hasn't affected, and I understand maybe in your life it doesn't look like something's happening. But for a lot of people, they're upside down changes that they are not going to be able to maintain in a long-term situation. You know, we've got to figure out how long can daycares be closed? Let's say you don't have a job anymore, or you do have a job. For a state like Colorado, how are you supposed to get a job if you have no daycare? Where's your kid supposed to go? What if you don't have any family or friends to help you?
Right.
Now you can't have a job. Now you can't get money. You know, there's a lot of people who are going to be left on the outside. Business owners, you know, who are going to be thousands and hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of dollars in debt due to loans and whatever it is, lease payments, you know, whatever it is. This is going to affect so many businesses. They said 4 out of 5 American businesses will close. 4 out of 5. That's a real thing. It's really bad. I'm quite concerned. What they're doing is trying to break people psychologically and mentally. so that there isn't a fight left in people. Certain people won't be affected now, but down the line, as more butterfly effect things keep occurring, as more food plants close and people lose their jobs and less food is on the table and people can't eat and, orders can't be fulfilled. They're dumping millions of pounds of potatoes in Ohio or Idaho because they say that they can't get the potatoes to people somehow. But they're letting people, if you can get out there, fill truckloads full of potatoes and take them home. How does this make sense? Why are we letting food go to rot? Why aren't we trying to figure out food shelves or pantries or, places that prepare meals for elderly, Meals on Wheels, all these people? Why aren't they utilizing this free food? That's the part that concerns me and makes me feel like they're setting us up for failure. Because if feeding people is paramount and making sure everybody is fed is important, why are we destroying all the food? Why are we why are we slaughtering all the cows and the pigs? Why are we dumping all the milk? Why are we letting vegetables, fruit go to waste and rot? What is going on? And why was there never a thought of how to function in this format? They never thought of a potential contingency plan in case something like this occurred. They want to make plans for, really ridiculous scenarios. Hell, the CDC on their website has, how to survive the zombie apocalypse, but you didn't think about how to teach people how to have food security?
Right.
Yeah, I'm just having a really hard time with this. And so I need everybody right now to really think about what your situation is with food and try to change that this year, whether you're growing in 5-gallon buckets, whether you're growing in an actual garden bed, whether you just have small pots and you just grow little herbs to supplement. You got to really start thinking about where are you going to get some of your food that does not come from the grocery store. Join a CSA, okay? Community Supported Agriculture Group. Join one of those and get a share so you can get boxes of vegetables and fruits. Meat farmers. Go to farmers to get meat. There's a lot of people selling meat in their animals right now who need to get rid of them because A, they can't afford to feed all the extra animals, and it becomes a very big situation. So I really implore everybody right now to think about their food security situation and think about a way to change it. Because it's not going to be sustainable for very much longer.
Well, okay, so things that we've done here on the homestead specific for what's happening right now.
Right.
Because for us, as we've always said, this really hasn't changed a whole lot for us on our everyday life.
Right.
Okay, honestly, it really has.
No.
Okay, because we didn't go to the store but once a damn week anyway. We didn't go to big towns anyway but once a week. We needed to do that. If we could make it 2 weeks without going, believe me, we did. Okay?
True.
So that whole, limit your trips to town. I already fucking do that.
True.
Okay?
Right.
Now limit your trips to little town. Okay, again, little town for me is still 15 freaking minutes, guys. I'm not just jumping in the car and running down there for shits and giggles. Okay? It's not like I can get in my vehicle and drive 2 minutes and cruise a block and meet up with like 25 people. Okay?
Right.
I have to drive 15 minutes to a little town. Right?
True.
So people around here don't just, and you've been out here, you visited, you know how it is.
I do.
You on the homestead.
That's like, it. You're in for the night.
Having some cigarettes and needing some shit bad in
You
order
ain't going.
to get me to be like, okay, we'll go to Little Town.
True. That is absolutely true. Because it isn't just like a quick show. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not like, oh, but it's an orchestration because you got to get everybody to go. And then it is like, what is it? Like a 20-minute ride into town, 20-minute ride out? 15. Okay. All right. That's not too bad.
15 there, 15 back, not including your time that you're actually at the store. And right now,
hello,
that's
Bonnie.
even more difficult.
Bonnie said hello, yay, it's Scarlet and Red.
Bonnie.
Hello.
So things that we've done, like specifically because of this, like I said, for the most part, it really hasn't changed everyday life.
No.
Limit your trips to town. We already did that. Limit your trips to small town. We already did that. Now Governor Polis is getting a little bit ridiculous, and I do mean ridiculous, and I'm going to start calling him Governor. Like, from the movie, where she's all, like, sarcastic with the man.
Right.
And she's like, come on, Governor. Yeah, I'm going to start calling him like that because he's a prick. I'm getting real tired of his ass real quick.
Right. Oh, I get it.
Okay, so I'm just saying, because now he's like, don't go further than 10 miles from your house. What, bitch?
Right? 10 miles? You can't even go to Little Town. Yeah.
Little Town alone is fucking 18 miles.
Yeah.
8 miles further than you say I'm allowed to go.
And that's where you have to go get gas. That's the only gas station.
Yeah.
Like, what are you supposed to do?
He's like, we don't want you to travel further than 10 minutes from your home. Do you even live in Colorado, Governor?
Right.
Like, have you even been to the rural parts of your own fucking state?
Right? Do you ever travel around outside of Denver, sir?
Right. Have you, ever been out of the city, the metro part of Colorado? Because obviously and apparently, not tough.
Yeah.
Okay? Because here in the rural areas where, I live and many, many more, okay? I'm not, the only one out here, okay? And we have to drive 18 miles to town. 18. That's 8 miles further than you say. That's the closest gas station and the closest grocery store. And that grocery store doesn't even have everything you need. That's just your little tiny mom and pop grocery store. And they're super double time expensive. They're double the amount of Walmart or even Legrees. And to go to an actual store, Legrees, Super King, any store, I have to go at least a minimum of 37 to 40 miles away from home.
Right.
There's no other stores.
There isn't. No, there's nowhere else to go. Where are you supposed to go? Let's say even to go to either Walmart, which are considered essential stores, right? That's considered essential. Both about an hour trip.
Don't go further than 10 miles from your house. I'm an essential worker. My job is further than 10 miles from my house, you douchebag.
Right. Even to do essential activities. Let's even say, I don't know if the Dollar General is 10 miles, but close to. That's probably right out of reach too. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Oh no. Dollar General's in Moffett, so that is 21 or 22 miles from my house.
Yeah, see, so that's out of the question. No
dispensary.
Dispensary wouldn't be included then if that's the case. So, but that's an essential store, and they say you can travel to essential stores. So it's there's literally nowhere that you can go. They closed the mountains. You can't go to Great Sand Dunes. You can't do anything. I was pissed to hear that. I was like, what? No Zapata Falls, nothing. Ridiculous. I'm going to catch the coronavirus in the mountains. Now, I get you don't want people stopping at all the gas stations and traveling and doing this and that. But if I pack my lunch from home and I go with my family and I practice social distancing, I don't understand the problem with camping, going hiking, spending time in any form of outdoors at all. I don't see the concern. Can you find a real concern? Like, can you understand of where that could be a problem?
Right.
I just can't see it being an issue at all. Like I said, you just have to take precautions, before you would go out with your family. That's all. And just make sure you're boondocking it. Bring all your stuff in, take all your stuff out. That is the best way to go camping anyway. So if you're being self-sustaining and you don't need anything, you don't need to go to a ranger's office, and you don't need this or that or this or that, just boondocking camping like I usually do anyway. I don't see, when I don't even come in contact with people, how the virus is going to come into contact with personal recreation. I would think, if anything, they would be applauding people to go out to the outdoors for solitude. Oh, yes. You know what, Bonnie? This is true. Bonnie said it's getting to the point that people will not take it much longer. They're treating the public like little children, and the government is our parents. That's true. You all right, Rose?
Sorry, I was fighting leprechaun.
Right. I just want to make sure you're all right.
Oh, so I was saying,
oh, did you hear Bonnie's comment?
No.
It's getting to the point that people will not take it much longer. They're treating the public like little children, and the government is our parent.
Uh-huh.
It's true.
Well, okay, and before I get into that, I'm going to finish my first train of thought here. You're getting sidetracked.
Okay, right.
Okay, so things that we did here, specifically for this.
I'm going to join everybody to put out some things. Okay.
I was in the chat and then it took it away. Okay.
All you got to do is pause the video, and then the chat will still scroll if you're watching.
Yeah, no, I know. It took it all away. It wiped my whole screen.
Right.
And then I had to go find the link again and everything. So, things that we did. Okay, that was one of the first things that we did, because I don't know why, other than Moon News, kind of led me to think that I needed to do something, and you do it right then. I ordered 50 chicks.
Yeah.
We got those in, and right now they are, God, I guess they're 6-week-old pullets now.
Yeah, they are. They're getting so big. Oh my goodness. That means only 3 more sections of 6 weeks, so they hit 24 weeks. You know what I mean? And that's going to be prime eggy time.
So we did that. Well, then we had a complete and utter homestead failure backslash. We ordered 50 chicks. We spent almost damn near $200. Chickens aren't cheap.
No, they aren't.
And we had a moment. It was our own dog. It was actually hubby's dog, and he decided to trust his dog in house for whatever reason for a minute. And that minute cost me 30 chickens. So our 50 got reduced to and I'm just guesstimating it was 30, but I think I have 13 out of 50 left, and that's not because there's anything wrong with the chick. It was literally because one of the wolf hybrids was deciding to be trusted inside of the house with the chick, and the only one that can be trusted like that is mine.
Yep. Betty. We love
I cut
Betty.
you off. What'd you say? I got to hear Betty, and then I cut
That's
you
all
off.
I said was Betty.
Oh yeah, Betty's like super. I don't know. Betty's being super weird lately. Like she's mothering everything.
That's because she's now a woman.
Like mothering everything from the kittens to the goats to. She wants to be like surrogate mama to everything right now, and I don't know. She's being real weird about it. Even to the point where she's like trying to attack Mini Me, the mama cat. Like the kittens meow, and she goes running to them like she's their mother. And then when their mother actually answers, she's like, "Bitch, back up." And Mini Me's like, "Excuse me, they're mine, and I have claws." Okay, let's remember.
Yeah.
And she's been crazy, but so then I went to go to the same place that I just ordered these chicks from and order 50 more.
Right.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's just, a couple weeks later, not too many.
Right. It was literally only like 4 weeks later.
Yeah. It wasn't that long.
And literally cannot order any chicks.
Really? None?
Really. They're all sold out, and they're not even shipping until the end of May.
Oh, wow. And it's May 1st now.
Okay.
So to put that in perspective.
So I was like, well, what the crap? So I went to a couple other hatcheries, and same deal. So I'm like, this ain't good. And I need chicken. So I got an egg incubator. I got a 56 egg incubator that only runs on 80 watts.
Right.
Which is highly important to us here because we run on solar.
Right.
And no, I do not have some $1,000, $1 million solar system setup, people. No, I don't. No, I'm off grid. That means off grid. It means I ain't got no damn money.
Right.
Okay? So I am all stuff that we piece and puzzle together. We do not know yet if our solar will run it overnight. I do believe actually so that it will because it ran well into like 3 or 4 days before Peanut Gallery decided to turn the inverter off because the egg incubator's alarms were going off, and rather than wake me up and tell me to come deal with them, he just shut the inverter off. That was the end. So here we are. And I didn't have time to retest it out yesterday or do anything, and I'll mess with it tomorrow on my day off. I've already talked to one of my neighbors that has bought 2 goats for me. They're actually pretty good friends of ours, and she's got chickens, she's got a rooster, she's got eggs. She's bringing me 56 eggs tomorrow. We're going to handle them up. We're going to put them in the egg incubator. We're going to run that sucker. We're going to see what we get.
Right. Because, I mean, that's going to be exciting to see how many eggs you guys can get, because you might be able to, basically propagate your own flocks from this moment forward.
Right. So the first batch of 56, whatever hatches, we're just going to split. And then she's going to give me another batch of 56. We're going to hatch those out because she's got a lot of chickens, man. Like 56 eggs being crap to her. She's getting 25 plus eggs a day.
Right.
Right now from her chicken. So, she's going to bring me another set of 56 eggs, in 21 or so days when the first set hatches, and then we'll hatch that next set out, and we'll split those, and that'll give each of us around about, hopefully, 15 chicks.
Right.
And then the next round, rather than split them, we're going to sell the chicks. Because I have already been bombarded by people that live in the States, people that don't live in the States, already. The minute I put up my picture that I had an egg incubator, I was being slammed. You have chicks for sale. Listen, you saw me just put up the picture that shit just got here in the mail. What do you think? They just magically hatch in a day?
BJ says that I need to buy some laying hens. It will not let us have roosters. They will not let us have
you
roosters.
you live in a city, Bonnie, where they have a rooster law.
But you know what? I've been hearing about these potential Velcro crawlers. So, like, if the shit really hits the fan, you might be able to hide your rooster by using one of these collars that stops them from crowing, and then nobody will know. So, just saying. If it gets that bad, I'm not going to care. You know, come try to find me over it. Like, come on.
You know what? Here's the thing. If it gets that bad, come find me.
Yeah.
Come find me for my rooster, because you know what? I bet you that if we go to the Supreme Court and we talk about constitutional rights, you're stepping all over them by telling me I can't have a rooster.
Right? You know, city ordinances are ridiculous.
It is part of almost every state's constitution, because you got to remember, guys, and a lot of people don't remember this, so I'm going to remind you again, okay, and I keep reminding you about this. We don't just have the federal constitution of the United States of America. Each state has its own constitution.
Yep.
On top of the federal constitution. You don't know your state's constitution? You better go find it. You better go read it, because that's what saves your ass.
True. And right now, with all these people wanting to protest and redress government, the best way to do that is to look at your state constitution, find out from where they're violating your rights, and then go with that angle. And then go after them.
Instead of coming at them federally, you need to come at them at your own state level first. And then you come at them with a sucker punch from the left that they didn't even see coming. That's now the federal constitution. You see, it's a boom, boom. You got to hit them with both fists.
True. True.
And you got to hit hard, and you got to not be scared.
True.
But you got to do it. And it's better to come at them on your own state constitution first, because very few judges want to be overturned. It makes them look very bad.
Right. That's true, though. And, you know, Bonnie brought up a good point. She said, you know, if she didn't have to worry with the Velcro collars, you know, if she didn't have to worry about how to sex her chicks, it would stop the roosters from crowing. And yeah, because nobody needs to know. Government shouldn't be in our business like this. This is why we need to know our rights.
It's a true story, though, Bonnie. Like, okay, when you're talking about fighting inside of the system, now none of us like the system, okay, and I'm not going to lie about that. I don't want to be in the system. I don't want to deal with the system. But at some point, we're going to have to deal with the system, because it's the system that is crushing us. So at some point, we're going to have to deal with that. So when you go to deal with that system, you've got to deal with your system on the state level first. Judges do not like to be overturned. It makes them look bad. If they're sworn into, say, we're going to say Colorado, because that's where I'm at, right?
Right.
If you're dealing with a Colorado judge, and you come in a Colorado judge with federal constitution, the Colorado judge is kind of like, well, it's federal, and what are the chances that you're really going to take this any higher? However, you come at them spouting and knowing the truth of your own state constitution, and they have to go, oh shit, I am sworn in by this constitution. Okay, because in order for them to be a judge in your state, they have to swear in by your constitution.
True.
They have to say that they will uphold your state constitution at all costs.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, now technically they're supposed to do that for federal too. But it's more important in the state that you live in, you see, because federal is kind of like that thing that kind of hangs over your head where it's like, well, if they catch me. But now state is a little different. So if they overturn your state constitution, it's not that hard to go to the next level within your state to say, this judge did not recognize my state constitutional civil right. And the next judge go, oh, no. Listen, these are our state rights. You can't do that. These are given to them as a Colorado resident here in our state. You cannot take that from them. Now they've overturned the first judge. The first judge was like an ass. We don't like that.
True.
Now, when you're dealing with that next judge and you're overturning the first judge, that's then when you get that next punch in with the federal stuff. Because then you're like, and I would also like to bring up the fact that stepping all over my federal constitutional civil rights at got to that level, it got to that level, and amendment number 2, and amendment number 6, and amendment number 5, and amendment, you name it, because right now it's being assaulted, okay? So you hit that, and now that judge knows, you know. You're not just some hillbilly inbred that the Democrats say are fighting this. You know the laws. You know what you're entitled to. And by God, you're there to collect.
True. Because it's time. It's time to collect on the things that we as people want. And Dwayne has joined us. And I'm going to unmute Dwayne's mic. Welcome, Dwayne.
Yeah.
It's already after dark.
Yo. You know, you got me heated up a little bit ago.
Okay.
Because when you were talking, I was looking at our First Amendment rights and our Second Amendment rights.
Right.
Yeah, our First and Second Amendment. How are you going to start arresting people, one, for bearing arms? Yes, did a lot of people push through a state capitol with firearms? Yes. Were they loaded? Probably not. Did they have live bullets in them? Probably not.
Right.
Here's my thing. How are you going to take away the First and Second Amendment of the American people? And you know what? I'm tired of this tyrannic bullshit that our government is doing, because I'm tired of sitting back and holding my mouth and holding what I am saying, because I've been holding it back for so long. But after seeing people get arrested, and after you said that there were snipers and everything at the protest, that's really uncalled for. That is really out of line, because wait, you're going to shoot a fucking American for exercising his First Amendment and Second Amendment right?
Yeah, pretty much.
What the fuck is the point? They're not going to shoot somebody. They're using their rights. Everything that our founding fathers have ever worked for.
Dwayne, let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're like, they're not going to shoot somebody. How do you know they're not going to shoot somebody? Because I'm not so fucking sure.
Now you're right.
Okay, when I was at the protest here in Columbus, when everybody was armed, this last protest,
okay, right.
Not a single person had a loaded magazine on them. On their AR,
they had some ammo somewhere.
No, on their AR-15s and on their vests.
Right.
No clips. Handguns, yes, because that's an open carry. You cannot legally carry an AR-15 in the state of Ohio with it being loaded.
Right.
But do you think they're really going to try to shoot the governor and go to jail for the rest of their life?
No, I don't think that. But I think that they're there to try to get back their rights. But why are you putting snipers up there acting like something's going to even happen?
That's what I was trying to say. In red, that's what I was trying to say the whole time.
Snipers on the roof, I ain't so positive wouldn't have shot up people, because that's where they're going with it. You are coming into socialism. You are coming into Nazism. You are coming into communism. This is how it began, y'all.
Yep.
This is exactly how it began.
That's the truth.
Listen to our old timers. They've been telling us.
Yep. T.O. Lowe said on the way home that he has just walked past a body bag.
In downtown Minneapolis, that's your part of the world there.
It is. That's interesting. Where was this at? Where downtown? By what? I want to know. That's interesting. Death is going to be happening all around. Who knows if it's by, overdose, because they probably aren't taking people to the hospital for overdose deaths and things of that nature. So that's highly concerning.
Okay, sorry about that. I tried to tell Scarlet what happened when I was rubbing my mouth. I got tobacco in my mouth from my pop can because I forgot I ashed in the pop can.
Ash can.
Yeah, and I have an ashtray right beside me, so I totally forgot. But no, like I was saying, it's just I'm tired of seeing everything, because the governors keep lying to us.
Right.
When is the truth gonna come out? We're already starting to see your flaws.
True.
We're already starting to see your fuck ups.
True.
And we're already starting to see numbers.
True.
Because me and my mom,
You said by Hyatt.
Oh, really? By the hotel?
Ooh,
That's what he said.
damn, TLO.
Were there any police outside or anything, or did you just like stroll past the body bag like now we live in like the Middle East or something?
Bro, and then I seen on Facebook too, they're not even putting people in coffins. They were doing a live funeral processions of them putting the bodies in the ground. They're not even using fucking coffins.
Right.
They're just putting the bodies in the ground.
Welcome.
Guys,
Hello. Welcome to Clarity After Dark.
how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Awesome
Yeah,
sauce.
we're talking about, daily things that have been happening. We were just talking about TLO is here in Minneapolis with me, and he said he just walked by a body bag downtown.
Oh my god.
That's what I said. I was like, what's going on?
That's like, what the fuck's going on? Why is there a body bag laying in the middle of the road?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
That's what I mean. I'm like, are we degenerating that far? Because I know I named the episode America Has Fallen, but have we gone that far today? Like, is that where we're at now?
Well, okay.
I mean, did you see what was going on in California today?
The first
Yeah.
I'm going to say about have we fallen this far.
Right.
Today alone, I have seen, here in my state, I have seen a woman asking for a lawyer who is a beautician. And the reason she was asking for a lawyer is because in order for her to serve clients within our state right now, they want her to wear a mask and they want the client to wear masks. That is required. They would like them to wear gloves, but they are not required. And she is required to supply her own, I guess they call it a temporal thermometer.
Yep, where you go across like the forehead.
Bro, that's what they're doing to us at work.
And no, in order for her to cut your hair, you would have to come in, make an appointment, come in 10 minutes early. She has to take your temperature. You have to sit there for 10 minutes. She has to take it a second time. Then she has to record both temperatures in a log to turn into the state. And if you do show up with a temperature, then she has to report you to a special CDC website. And if she refuses to do any of this, they will pull her beautician's license.
Oh my god.
What?
So they're making them be like Stasi informers for the state. And then take their information and then give it to the government, of which, what does the government say that they're going to do with this?
Dude, that go ahead, Red, sorry.
Have no idea, have no clue. But that is one post that I've seen today. I have seen another post about another woman in our state, again, asking for a lawyer, where they're holding her license over her head, very same situation, saying that she doesn't want to trample her client's constitutional rights, and she feels that reporting them in such manners is trampling their privacy.
Yeah.
See, and like here on top of this, like, I know
Maybe
barbers.
Ellie would like to say something, Dwayne.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I was listening. I was like in agreement. Like, yeah, that's crazy.
Isn't it? I mean, honestly, let's really, like, where are we going with this information?
What if this is all a part of who wanted to start remove people from homes? Because we were talking about that on Tim's show, because I seen a video on Facebook today where the WHO is
What do you mean?
talking about
What do you mean switch to what?
what if them reporting people that have temperatures and everything as part of the WHO's plan and starting to remove families from their homes? What if that's just a way to get it started? Because I seen that video today on Facebook. I shared it, and I think I tagged you and Scarlet in it.
Right.
I think I did. What if that's just a part of the plan to finally start having an excuse to remove people from homes and putting them in a FEMA camp?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, let's honestly look at it for a minute.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and then we're turning into what, like America Nazis? Like, that's what it sounds like.
What is it? The fucking Secret Service of the Gestapo all over again?
It's what it sounds like. I know that there was a guy, I think I don't know if he was in New York or if he was, no, there's a guy in like Washington or something who opened up his business for, against the governors executive order, and they ripped his license. Like, they just took it. An executive order is not law.
Right.
And Bonnie, that's the scary thing right now, really, isn't it, Bonnie? Because you're like, Washington State here is not that much different. Well, but see, that's the problem, Bonnie. In of itself, that alone is the problem. The fact that you're in Washington, I'm in Colorado, Scarlet's in Minnesota, Dwayne's in Ohio.
I'm in Florida.
On here right now?
Allie, and she's in Florida.
Okay, and Allie in Florida, okay? And we can all sit here and say, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing here in our state. And nobody sees a problem with this. Nobody sees that this is a communist takeover. Come the hell on right now. You really think this is about a damn virus still?
Dude, a body laid outside of our bus station.
And just sitting there.
Had a heart attack. They didn't even come and bag him. They just dragged him across the street behind a dumpster.
Oh my God.
Wow.
The police. Come fucking on now.
Yeah.
How much worse is this gonna get? Are we just gonna start leaving bodies on the side of the street every time someone drops dead? Are we
it's like desensitizing.
People?
TLO, no, we just switched to StreamYard because we're just trying a new way to do things. No one's trying to keep you out of coming on at all. You can call Dwayne or you can call me, and I can put you out to the air.
TLO.
Brad had issues, so I had to put her on Google Voice.
I'm calling. Give me a minute. I'm gonna call TLO now. Give me 1 second.
I had an issue getting on because I have my phone secret.
Hello.
Right.
So,
guys, I'm going to try to bring TLO on right now. See if I can't get him on.
Nobody's trying to cut you out there, bud. Like, we're trying to get you on, but we're just trying this for the first time. Like, it's our first show using it.
Come on, dude. If you're gonna, I'm gonna mute myself for a minute. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to do it again.
There's a guy in Florida that won his case. He opened his business here in Florida, and he had a lawyer, and he opened his case because they wanted to strip his license and like arrest him and do all this stuff, and they just dismissed his case today. So Florida's a little bit better, but there's still tyrannical like local leaders that are losing their damn minds.
There are. And there's people who don't want to stand up. You know, they were talking about bringing in today in California. They were saying, call the sheriff. You know, get the sheriff to come out here and support us. Get him to come out here and stand up for us and our rights.
And they don't want to.
Yeah.
Scarlet, if I call him off of Google Duo on my computer, will it work?
It should work because I have read off Google Voice. So it should work and bring him right in.
All right, give me a minute.
That's what I had to do. I had to put Red on Google Voice because it was draining her phone and it wouldn't let her get in right. And then it was messing with the audio and all types of bugs.
Dude, it might kick me, so if it does, I'll come right back.
It was pretty bad to get on. I'm not going to lie, but it's not. And we love you here. So we don't want you to feel like we're like just, not letting you in the group because we love you.
No, we do. We enjoy your talks and
your perspective,
your input, and everything. So yeah, don't feel like that because we got nothing but love for you, buddy.
We sure do. But California was concerning today. Oh, Texas also had a woman who opened up her beauty studio.
Yeah.
Who brought in a lawyer and a group of armed men who actually stood outside. Yes.
Don't mess with Texas.
Yeah, Texas. We're gonna need that though. We're gonna need good patriots.
Sad, guys. You know what's sad, guys? And I hate to say this, but we're about to hit a time where it's going to be more beneficial and less scary to deal with things like what they used to back in the day, like the mafia, for instance. Like, hey, mafia, I'm willing to pay you $100 to protect me from the fucking government.
Right.
Yep.
We about to them time again.
Yeah, as Bonnie says, they're in Washington. There are a lot of small businesses that can afford to keep their businesses, and they're making people totally dependent on what the state says they can do and how to do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which is unconstitutional. It's illegal. They can't do that. It's called special privilege.
Get into here.
True.
Because I think people need to freaking understand this. Okay, yes, you guys all just got your $1,200 stimulus plus your $500 for each kid. Now they're talking about giving you $2,000. Is it every 2 weeks or something?
Monthly, I think. It was $2,000 a month. And then after that, you would get, okay, so $2,000 a month for 12 months. And then they have an additional thing now where they're talking about giving $1,000 after they declare the pandemic over per month after.
Right.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Have you not heard about
all I'm
this?
gonna say-
No?
Oh, yeah, okay, but all I'm going to say is this. Do you really think they're giving you free money, people?
No.
No.
Also, they created two $1 trillion coins that they're going to be supposedly having the Fed purchase so that it doesn't affect our debt, our national debt.
Right.
Yeah. Like, how does that even make sense?
Now, first of all, the first
You
thing
see me, right? Like I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to comprehend it. I can't.
It's just face palm. It's just straight like, okay. Okay.
Okay, first of all, people are all excited about it. Right. Listen, the first thing I'm going to say about this is, do you all realize they're just giving your own money back to you?
Right.
Right.
They're not giving you something. They're giving you what you've already given them.
Right.
And they're giving you less than 3% of what you've given to them.
True.
But praise almighty government. Thank you.
So that's the first thing I want people to remember. And the second thing I want people to remember is they're giving you your own money back that they're going to expect you to pay back.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or something. Whether that's if you don't have your immunity ID certificate.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
I have TLO on the phone. Can we do a voice check with him?
Yeah. Welcome, TLO. What's up? What's up, Cliff?
TLO, can you hear them?
I can hear them.
Can y'all hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Right?
Okay.
Can you hear him?
I hear a lot of stuff, guys.
Well, I know, but can you hear TLO talking?
I did not hear Teal.
I can kind of hear Red, but not as much.
Red's broken in and out. She's really quiet.
Oh, yay! Hi, TLO. I can hear you.
No, I can hear her.
Now she can hear.
Right. Well, we got
All
it working now. We're rocking and rolling.
Dude,
All right.
I can't get into my Google Voice because my Microsoft account was hacked again. It's happened for the third time this week, and I'm not fighting with that tonight.
Ooh, yeah, no. I had to make a quick Google Voice number like right before we went on because I was like, okay, because it was draining Red's battery super fast. I mean, she got on and it like cut her battery in half within like 2 seconds.
Oh my
While you
God.
guys are doing that, I'm gonna let TLO speak, and I'm gonna fight with this.
Why am I so plugged in?
Right?
Like, it wasn't just like all willy-nilly. I had my phone even plugged in, and it literally took it from 37% to 17 in like 3 minutes.
Yep.
Now, TLO, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Was there anybody around the body when you walked away?
Was it police there?
There was a couple of squads in the corner,
Okay.
but that was about it, and they're all kind of standing off to the side.
What is a coroner doing out there? I thought they weren't allowed to be around the body.
Well, yeah, but they're not gonna just have the police thrown in the back of the squad.
Right. Yeah. They do have to transport, I guess.
Correct. And that's all basically the coroners are doing for the most part right now, is just transporting bodies to where they find them to the office, and then they dispose of them or whatever, however they do it.
God. What do you think it was?
That's
Maybe it was
just one of the
okay.
things that's going on. I passed at least one fire, one major brawl, at least 24 parties. So yeah, people are kind of at the end of their rope, so to speak, with this lockdown shit.
I wonder if it's that call I heard earlier tonight, or is this another group? Because about a couple hours ago, maybe not too long, maybe like 9:30ish, I heard a call come over the Zello, which we have like our local Minneapolis scanner, and it was saying that there was a group of 30 people in 15 cars deep fighting in the middle of the street and shooting.
Oh my God.
What?
Yeah, the helicopters are out, so they're running around the city with their spotlights and whatnot. So it's getting there. Let me tell you. Okay.
Listen, when people don't have anything else to do, they're gonna find stuff to get into. if they're not being productive. Do you know what I mean? So having this lockdown and having people stay stuck in their house for 40 days, however long it's been for some of us, like it's insane. People are going to get in trouble.
And right, Allie, it is because I'm even seeing people with mental health. Like I said, I do volunteer paramedics, and I was at the fire station the other night, dude. People are literally killing themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People that they didn't know they had anxiety or they had mental health issues before this happened now realize that that's what they have.
Yep.
Because this is causing major anxiety. Like, I can't go outside and see all these people and all the lines and all the arrows going this way and that way. Like, I'm empathic. So when I see that, like, I can't. That's why my husband goes out. Well, that and I'm immunocompromised, but he goes out and he goes shopping, and because he's like, I don't want you out there because you won't make it. You'll be in the car crying, hysterically calling me, trying to come get you, because noticing all that is devastating.
Yeah, Scarlet, did you see the evidence this afternoon or whatever went down in North Minnesota or whatever?
No, what happened?
Yeah, a woman who was quiet and just all by herself in a trailer park, apparently got out of her trailer, got into her car, stepped on the gas, and went at her neighbor's trailer at about 50 miles per hour and killed herself.
Oh my God.
And she had just gotten tested for COVID-19.
Oh no.
See, this is terrible. Where people think that their lives are over, where they can't even function anymore, where they feel like, no, I need to remove myself from this earth because this is too much, because there's no support. There's no support.
When it comes down
That
to
and
it,
the fear.
I think that is a better option than whatever is happening or whatever we're doing here is not working.
Bro, and here's my thing too, is when we responded, dude, a 14-year-old stabbed himself from here to here.
Yep.
And the mother and them wouldn't even enter the room. They just said something was wrong with their son, and they said he was suicidal and have us come and check on him. We walk in the room. There's a knife about this long through his neck. Hold on. I'm here. Oh, probably about bigger than both of my. Then probably goes about the Scarlet shoulder to about right here.
There was a father who I posted a video about, whose son during this time hung himself during the coronavirus.
Oh my God.
And
right,
it's just because a lot of people don't have coping skills and mechanisms at all.
Scarlet, I'm going to mute myself because I'm going to add TLO through Google Voice so I can get it off my phone.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, give me a couple minutes so I can walk through this.
Okay. Get it together. Because we want TLO back. Don't you take him from us. I will remove you.
I think that's a major part of what's missing. They're doing all this news coverage of COVID death. I mean, as inflated as it is, they're still doing it, and it's like hourly, daily, constantly. So it's ingrained in everybody's brain and everybody's vision. That's all they're seeing all the time. But what they're not doing is they're not giving real time death and tragedy of what's really happening behind the scene, where there's lines miles long going into food banks, and people committing suicide on immense levels. The same with abusers. Like, children are at home with their abusers, or spouses are at home with abusers. Like, domestic violence is through the roof. Like, this is crazy.
People
are not talking about that
today, that there were people defending children being raped at home. There were people defending that if they don't die from the coronavirus, that this is better than that.
What?
Yes. No bullshit. This is where we have devolved. This is why I say, has America fallen? Because that is the level where I no longer will even tolerate that. That's no.
I can't tolerate that. That's
gone too far. Inflicting personal trauma that could affect them for the rest of their lives, potentially even, just change everything about everything. And everybody's saying, oh, well, it's better than catching the coronavirus.
No, I'd rather them have tuberculosis or Ebola. Like, no.
Yeah, Ebola. Like, that's a joke.
Yeah, no. That's
I'd rather give someone chemotherapy.
Yeah,
and I don't even believe in it.
Yeah.
Because that's torture. But
Yeah,
to think that is even okay, to even justify abuse of a child, people have lost their minds. And I'm very concerned about people's mental health and well-being, that they could even get to a place to how even to justify it.
Yeah, that's scary.
And I'm going to say this because I'm waiting for
Good, we can hear you.
I'm waiting for Google Voice to load up. And
Well,
it's being funky, so I'm giving it a minute. I still have TLO on my phone right now. So here's my thing. The whole thing about the child abuse cases and everything, what we don't know is I got access into the hospital the other day.
Right.
Into our state hospital. Well, here's the thing you don't know. They're getting more domestic violence cases and more child abuse cases than they're even saying.
Yes.
And
wow.
This is one of the biggest hospitals in Stark County. Scarlet, this is Altman Hospital, the one I told you about.
Oh, the one that we looked up stats for?
The one that holds the most beds.
Right.
And here's the thing, they don't even have a single coronavirus case in that hospital right now.
There's a lot of hospitals like that. I know a nurse here in Florida, she was working, and then they put her on furlough, or they let her go for 3 weeks, and then she tried to get travel status, which was a nightmare. They finally approved it, and she's up in New York right now, and it's insane up there. Not for what you think it is, but it's insane. It's crazy up there. And now she's being ridiculed because she's out there, telling the truth, and she's saying it's a war zone, but it's not how you think it is. And everyone's like, oh, but what are you saying? And she can't say anything because she's still there. She can very well be in danger if she continues to say what she's seeing. But everyone has been asking for firsthand information. She's giving as much as she can without, getting herself into trouble. And people are dragging her name through the mud. It's disgusting.
See, that's terrible. That they feel as whistleblowers, they can't even speak out.
Yeah, and there's so many, and she's not alone. There are other nurses out there, but it's they're afraid to come forward, or they can't come forward. They have to sign gag orders, which
and NDAs, which I mean, should we be having to have our nurses sign non-disclosure agreements?
No, that should be illegal.
It should,
especially during a pandemic.
Yeah,
that should definitely
they're not even having, like Bonnie says, and we have it up on screen, they're not even having the Red Cross mental health professionals out there helping people in mass. Where are all the great community leaders in community mental health? Where are they?
They're all silent, or they're telling everybody to stay the hell home while they do telehealth. But you still have a job. Yeah.
And where are the telehealth support groups for people who have anxiety or this or that? Where is the need to they can even make a national show and cut in on national TV and just talk about, coping mechanisms during this time.
Instead of listening to these doctors that don't know shit about shit.
Right.
Actually do something to help people. Teach them meditation. Teach them, maybe show something on TV or make a new channel that can show, some guided meditations for people, help people, just show a beach scene or something.
Different coping skills, something.
Yeah, something, anything. Craft channel. I don't know, but there's got to be something that they could do more so than just tell us, oh, the science is sound. You can't guess against our science. But it's only our scientists.
Yeah. Or throw a bunch of celebrities up at you and all these commercials talking about, oh, we're all in this together. We're safer at home in my $30 billion house with 17 bedrooms.
And I have a professional chef, and I get all of my artesian food flown in from Italy. It's a joke. It's like them sitting in the White Tower, and we're peasants. Yeah. Bonnie's right. We need national daily forums. You know what I've always wanted? I've always wanted Trump to do fireside chats. There should be fireside chats talking about the real deal, how people deal, how people become self-sufficient, how people can thrive during this time. If people want to start homesteads or gardens or community gardens, we're going to push away regulations so that we can do this.
Feed ourselves, get local government, not local government, but local foods, Because what we're doing right now, centralized everything, is not working. It's not sustainable. But when we take it back and we put it back into the local hands, it's more sustainable. Things flourish better.
Well, it's true. And Red said, and what about pushing on everyone for how many years that you cannot self-treat or heal? You must see a doctor. And then now they take doctor access away and say, oh, figure it out. Why don't you know how to take care of yourself? Red, honestly, Red, and Red, you've been a holistic practitioner for quite a while, right? And this is why we've been pushing these type of topics and ideas here on Clarity After Dark and the Freedom Revolution Network, because it's important. And you're right, Red. Like, how can they say that and then give us no way to treat ourselves? Red, what you got to say about that?
They've been doing this. They've been doing it. For years, they've been pushing on you that holistic medicine doesn't work, okay? One of the big things that they tell you is herbs don't work. Herbs don't work, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The question you need to ask them when they tell you herbs don't work is, do you even know what your medicines are based on?
Right. Because homeopathy, for one, homeopathy has, what, it's over 200 years worth of evidence that it works?
Yep.
Didn't mean to cut you off, Red, sorry.
Every single medication in Big Pharma started off as a natural herb that they have synthesized, added to, and changed.
Yes, like aspirin. Isn't aspirin part of like willow bark or something like that?
Yep.
Yeah,
Correct.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Aspirin's willow bark. We went through.
See, I'm kind of smart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know your things. We went through a couple months ago about how, where pharmacopoeia kind of changed from the natural mindset, where we lost that into complete industrialization.
I know.
Do you?
When it became privatized.
Yeah, that.
And I think it was in like the 1960s, I think. Because there were more homeopathy hospitals and doctors before the 1940s than there were allopathic doctors.
True.
But when they became privatized and for profit, those allopathic doctors pushed all the homeopaths out of the way, and they said all natural medicine was crap, and that it was junk science. It wasn't real science.
Yep. Because
they couldn't make billions of dollars off of it. And then with the 1986 Act, how they let pharmaceutical companies become exempt from liability when it came to vaccinations.
Yep.
That act, it's called the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. So people that say that vaccines don't cause injury, it's bullshit, because there's literally a law that says it does. It does.
That actually Dr. Fauci worked on in 1962.
And that was put in by JFK.
Yeah.
He signed it.
Right.
It's mind-blowing when you actually read the law. Yep. And the documentation on what happens. It's like they set us up for this.
Yeah, and like Red said, Galen is when we lost it. We actually looked back, and it was like, what year was it, Red? Like the 1500s or something like that, 1600s? When was that? Was it even before then?
Way before this, because you're talking Hippocrates.
Ooh, girl, let me in on it, because I want to know. I didn't know about this.
Yeah, so Hippocrates is where we got like the Hippocratic Oath from, right?
Right.
And where we get, hold on.
Where we get what from?
She's getting her notes.
Oh. I love that she has notes. It's amazing.
Yes, no, Red's got notebooks and stuff, and she will bust it out, because her and I, when we do our research, we all write it out, and because we don't want it to disappear.
Of course, yeah.
So you kind of have to do that now. It's really sad that
especially now.
We have all this technology, and now they've taken us out of libraries. What if they're removing all the books? I hate to be a conspiracy theorist on this, but what if they're removing all the books while we're gone?
Dude, that's scary.
Okay.
So Hippocrates is responsible for what we call empirical healing, and Galen is responsible for rational perspective.
Rational perspective.
Right. Okay. And that is what has taken over. And the thing is that Galen literally, as a single man, changed all thought of healing with nothing more than his own theory, not even fact.
Wow.
His opinion and theory.
There's a lot of theory when it comes to medication, like pharmaceutical medication. There's a lot of theory.
That's true.
I feel like. I mean, even, and I hate to keep bringing up the vaccination issue, but I mean, that falls in line with this. Like, that whole thing is a theory. It's not even clinically proven.
Now, let me help everybody understand here, okay? There's two primary modes of thought when we speak about healing. We have empiricism and rationality, okay? Empiricism is search for knowledge based on practical experience rather than principle. Rationalism is the search for knowledge based on established laws and principles rather than on what is directly perceived. So Galen comes along and says, oh, I see that when you give this herb, this person gets better, but we're going to ignore that because scientifically it says that that's not supposed to work. So that doesn't actually work. Forget that. And it doesn't work, and we're going to invent this that actually doesn't work, but we say it works because scientifically the formula says it works.
Wow.
Yep. That's how they do it.
That sounds so ass backwards.
It does, doesn't it?
Empirical approach began to dominate, is what happened. And so you're looking at the fact that a lot of societies got involved then with medicine, and the empirical practices and habits and health lore that was passed by word of mouth from generation to generation is what Hippocrates had also set empiricism on. You know, you're looking at stuff like there are specific similarities that happen. Like licorice, for instance, was esteemed as a healing herb among the Egyptians and was found in great quantity in a 3,000-year-old tomb of King Tut.
Oh, wow.
It was also favored by the ancient Chinese and is frequently mentioned in herbal books printed by them around the same year of 3000 BC. And the papyrus embers and Egyptian scroll written in 200 BC mentions the medicinal use of herbs, myrrh, cumin, peppermint, caraway, and fennel, all of which were also used by ancient European tribes and are still used today. Garlic and parsley were encapsulated by herbal companies to keep the modern sophisticated breath sweet. It was used by the Babylonians in 3000 BC.
Yes.
Fed it to slaves to build the pyramids and soldiers going into battle to ensure their maximum strength. And the Phoenicians and Vikings filled their ship stores with garlic cloves for long voyages to protect them from disease.
Yeah. That's really cool. So they can't tell us that it doesn't work because it's worked for centuries.
Yeah.
So all of these centuries are wrong because somebody came along and scientifically said they don't think that's right.
That's crap.
Oh, and they're messing with us tonight too because we just got a denial of service on YouTube, but I guess it crashed and came back, so we're back. So that's fun. Welcome to censorship tonight.
I'm so over it.
We're used to it. We're trying new ways to try to get around it. We're seeing how this works for everybody, see if the kinks work and see if we can get everybody on, you know. So continue, Red.
Hippocrates believed that because healing was basically a mysterious function, one that is not governed by principles that could be defined, or easily manipulated, and that the best reaction was often no reaction. The Hippocratic physician waited patiently for a moment of crisis or change and then tried to influence this healing crisis in a positive way because of the belief that health could best be achieved by living in accord with often inexplicable laws of the universe. Hippocrates also stressed the concept of internal balance.
I like that. It works. You have to look at the body as a whole, but as a whole, not in separate parts.
Right.
Right. So then this Greek physician, known as the Synodine, founded the rational school of thought. Their theories were basically anti-theatical to those of Hippocrates and composed those held by most current medical practitioners today. The Synodines believed in healing by opposing systems and in the concept that certain immutable laws of biology exist, can be learned, and can also be used to heal almost all people with similar, if not identical, procedures. The Synodists did not believe in vitalism. Theirs was a mechanical view of the universe in which forces did not exist if they could not be felt, seen, or otherwise clearly defined. The rational viewpoint was soon adopted by and dominated by the Romans. The Romans then influenced medicine to the same degree and in much the same manner. They influenced the development of law. Both of these practices were institutionalized, stratified, compartmentalized, and formalized. Medicine was for the first time highly scrutinized by the legal system. RX on the current prescription comes from the symbol of Jupiter, which all Roman doctors were required to place on every prescription to show allegiance to the official state religion. That symbol means take thou in the name of Jupiter, so remember that.
Oh, no way. Dude, I just learned something new.
Yes.
I love when I learn something new every day. That is crazy.
Yes. So when they talk about a lot of these rituals that doctors do and other things, they're praying to older God, and that's how it's happening.
Hello.
Yo, my mind is blown. Red, you just blew my mind.
I think the government had enough of me talking because my whole computer, I heard you guys.
And get a prescription and get it filled and take it home and take that. You just remember that shows your allegiance to the religion of Jupiter and you are taking.
I am never filling a prescription ever again in my life.
Right?
It makes you concerned.
Dude, that's crazy.
Isn't it? Like, wow.
If you knew what the staff and serpent represented, you probably never go to a
Oh my God, tell me.
Ooh.
I swear I thought I knew, but like, tell me more. Yeah, I'm a little hyped, guys. Sorry. It's late.
Yes, it is a kundalini.
They symbolize the snake coiled around your spine that can be awoken and made to make your energy align correctly, but that's what it represents. It's the actual goddess that is supposed to be at the base of your spine that comes with the kundalini earth energy, but that whole thing is based off of that symbolization.
Wow.
All right, y'all, you have me and TLO back.
Welcome back, you guys.
Hello.
I guess we got a denial of service attack.
Dude, no, my whole computer, I heard you guys, right?
Yeah.
I heard everybody, and you can ask TLO as God is my witness. I heard y'all, and next you know, me and him, my computer goes black, goes blue, and starts buzzing.
Yeah,
So
I heard the
what
buzz.
is the date that it changed?
Okay, yeah, the date.
That would be the
I know you ain't going to work.
The second.
Dude, TLO saying there's massive people out in his area.
Massive. Porch parties, all sorts of stuff. Lake Street looks like daytime Lake Street.
Shut up! You lying?
I'm not even. You know, I just had to stand in line for like 5 minutes to just get my damn cigars.
He did.
I was listening to it.
I was listening to it.
Phillips neighborhood experience.
Oh, that's not good because people haven't been out like that. So now that they're basically, that shows me that they're done. They're tired of listening. They're not doing it anymore. And this is why it's going to be important with what Red's talking about, with learning about these systems of control, how to stay out of them. Because these people are sucked in to the systems of control that now have them seething back into the areas where they should be staying the hell out of.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's the whole point. Is they're letting that shit fly in those neighborhoods. But I guarantee you, if somebody has, well, hell, even the police have been called to my building, and I'm sorry, we don't have like raucous parties. There's a man who had like maybe 3 or 4 guys over, and they were just watching a movie together, and the police got called on them. And they came, and they told them they had to break it up and everything. But yet, I come out here on Lake Street almost every weekday night, and I see dozens of the niggas out there just chilling, and cops just sitting there just laying back, not saying anything. So they only enforce social distancing for certain folks because they're trying to keep them healthy. You feel me?
I feel you on that.
Wow.
No, it is obvious. I mean, I had to just put out there the fact that I was having a discussion with a coworker who also rides the metro buses. And like, yeah, I was telling him, I was like, you know, they say they're doing all this stuff for health and safety and whatnot. But if you think about it, what they did is they cut the service to the trains, cut the service to the metro. They limited the space that you could be on both said trains and metro. And not only that, they cut the service to the trains by cutting the train sizes themselves down. So instead of having like a good long train where you can kind of maneuver, and if you wanted to try and observe social distancing, you can. And at that point, you couldn't because there was only 2-car trains, and everybody was piled up on each other.
Oh my
See,
God.
it seems to me they're trying to get everybody sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. They want those numbers to be up.
Yep.
So they can say, listen, take this because now everyone's sick and let's force this on you.
Correct. Why do you think walls? Why do you think walls? Ballless walls is what I'm going to start calling them.
What are you calling them? What are you calling them, Tilo?
Waited until all of a sudden the numbers started going up because guess what? He said we had to ramp up testing so we could do 25,000 a day. Did you hear that?
That seems like every state wants to do 25,000 a day. It's ridiculous.
In the state of Minnesota, I was like, you are out of your fragile little mind.
It would still take over a year or 2 to test all Minnesotans.
Correct. I mean, they're running at full tilt right now, and they're only maybe just getting up to 5,000.
Come on. I mean, Ohio's trying to do the same.
Yeah.
Well, then my question is, too, is like, who's paying for this?
So they'll get
Don't
more
these
cases.
tests cost money?
More people will be infected, and they'll say, oh, well, we have to continue the lockdown.
Is
shelter in place.
Is it the taxpayers that are
because some people are saying that the test is free, and I'm like, yeah, okay, the test is free for you maybe, but like at the end, the back end of this, some laboratory has to test this, right? That costs money. So who's paying for that?
Well, you all wanted a date, and all I could say was Galen.
Right.
And it was actually 2nd century Greece. And Galen came on the scene, and he was to rational medicine what Hippocrates was to empirical or folk-based medicine. Galen propounded a theory. Did you hear that word?
Yeah.
Repeat that
propounded
word.
a theory.
Okay. He compounded a theory of medicine based on mechanical laws of anatomy, logic, and physiology. He believed doctors should be guided by theory rather than observation.
Oh, dear God.
And see, that goes with what Scarlet shared earlier on Facebook, that somebody died made a coronavirus vaccine that could kill COVID-19 in its tracks.
Now,
I'm sure there's some out there that are very volatile. and there'll be probably more deaths, and they'll just probably mark it down as COVID-19.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
But let's think about how far it's devolved.
Alien was also responsible, y'all, for advocating the elevation of physician to an actual special role and strongly defining him from a lay folklore or healer or otherwise known as Hippocratic freak.
Yep.
And he, as much as any single person could, determine the course of our current medicine by his fundamental set of viewpoints that has now become the majority opinion in today's healing profession.
Wow. Doesn't sound much like science to me. Sounds like a bunch of theories and opinions. That's not fact.
It sounds more like idiocracy to me.
What they're still doing today.
Yeah.
It does sound like idiocracy too. That's true. I will give it that.
You know, and because the thing is like you're putting anti-vaxxers, right?
To really think about, y'all. Okay, and this goes way back, so it's
That's a huge
to truly think about, it's from the fall of the Roman Empire. So think about how long that is. There has literally been no radical departures from the basic two philosophies of Hippocrates and Galen in medicine.
Nope. Those have been the only two. And he removed the thought of using natural medicine, or that your local midwife or medicine man could heal you, and that you need a centralized doctor to go to that went to a special school that they approved the ideas and they approved what you learned. And that is when the actual construct occurred.
And well, if anybody wants to come on the scene and try and change that, they're going to be ridiculed anyway and seen like they're crazy.
Dominant right after Renaissance time in Europe, when William Harvey discovered circulation of blood, bacteria was discovered by Koch. The microscope was used by Leeuwenhoek to identify microorganisms. The practice of listening to the chest was developed. Blood pressure readings began to be taken. Bile was recognized as a digester of food rather than a mysterious essential element. Mechanistic rational medicine became abound in promise. In all of the sciences during and after the Renaissance, the rational mechanistic approach began to predominate. And then it deducted reasoning championed by René Descartes in the early 1600s. Profoundly affected not just medicine, but also mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and even social sciences, such as government. By the time of the American Revolution, the rational approach was becoming the one and only approach accepted by the formalized healing profession, period. And it did not mean that folk medicine was dead. Far from that. But it became the running foremost thing. And by 1776 in America, there was a definite split between physicians and folk healers.
So 1776.
As old as our freaking independence.
Yep.
As old as our country, pretty much.
Folk healers, though. That's when we lost the, you and I and Red in our communities would have been women who helped each other with remedies, and we would have been the ones foraging for these remedies, and we would have known things that our grandmothers and their mothers taught us.
And for this, because you ain't ready. Okay, so check this out. We're going way back in medicine now, 1776. Okay, so pay attention. Okay, in England at this time, there's a medical hierarchy being developed with several layers. At the top are the physicians, then Circursians, who held doctorates in medicine, then drug dispensing apothecaries, followed by practical nurses.
Apothecaries,
followed by practical.
I got you, Red.
Certified by the company. Followed by practical nurses, and at the bottom, y'all, were surgeons certified by the Company of Barber Surgeons. Surgeons were required to get their license. Surgeons took a 15-minute examination by a court of examiners and 5 shilling fee.
Yep. And a barber back then could like bloodlet, use leeches,
wow.
do those things and those simple, crude surgeries. And that's how they would. That's how they would do things.
You went in somewhere and they said, you know what? Not that they were doing this back then, but we're going to say they were. Okay. You have to. Guess what? They're sending you to the barber shop, and the barber shop went in front of a bunch of judges that aren't even doctors. Took a 15-minute test that they don't even describe, and paid 5 shillings to be able to cut you open and remove your organ.
Oh my God.
There was an old skit from SNL called Theodoric of York, and he was like a barber, and they showed like these crude practices that they would do when people would come in, and they would like, show how really idiotic it was. Somebody would come in and say, I'm sick. Oh, we need to bloodlet you. And they would come back and they say, I'm feel weak. And oh, we need to bloodlet you. And then eventually.
So Sweeney Todd?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much.
I just want everybody to think about the fact that, you watch things on television such as Sweeney Todd, and everybody's seen it now because Johnny Depp remade it, right?
Right.
But you've all watched it, but you didn't quite understand it.
No.
He was a surgeon.
Well, kind of.
Yep, he was considered a surgeon. And so this is where...
No, he was a surgeon. Sweeney Todd
yeah, now today he wouldn't be considered a surgeon, but then
back then he was a full certified surgeon.
And this is where we lost our ability now to even to be able to stand up and say what we need, to where...
And now, when you look at the hierarchy of the medical world, surgeons are at the top.
Yep.
They make the most money. They make the most money for the hospital.
Yeah, and they started at the bottom, and they weren't even barely recognized, and now they are the top of the totem pole, and that's why healing can be in our hands, because historically it was. People act like all of a sudden, Quexians and things, all of a sudden now just saved humanity and we were all dying. Okay, well, that's not true. Population started to double in the 60s. Yes, that is true. And we got the majority of the people that we have now. Yes, that is true. But we've always had the healing in our hands. And if we don't start to get a hold on things, places like where TLO and I live are going to start to get serious, because they don't have, in the African American community, there really is no sense of better health. It's hot Cheetos and Takis, and they're just not eating the right things for their bodies, and they cannot thrive right now. That is why the largest amount of people out of any race who is catching coronavirus, more blacks are getting it.
Yeah.
And is that done by design as a bioweapon? Is it having to do with the standard American diet? And most black people, especially here, TLO can attest to this. And Dwayne, bring him back on. Dwayne. Yeah, bring him back on. TLO, you know as well as I do about food deserts. Because where is your closest grocery store to your home? That's actually
considering that I live in probably one of
let him talk.
less minority-driven neighborhoods. My store is like 3 blocks from me, 2 actually. But if you go into, say, Phillips, you have Aldi, which is on the outskirts. You have Target. You have Cub, that's on the outskirts. Actually, I have 2 Cubs on the outskirts. One either on the east side. But yeah, no, there's not really grocery stores in the actual Phillips neighborhood.
No, and there's other neighborhoods that have nothing, that are complete food deserts, that all they have is a corner store.
I've seen that growing up in East Orange, New Jersey. There's several corner stores or like bodegas that sell things, but you can't get anything healthy in there. There's nothing healthy in a bodega. I'm sorry.
No, there's not. You have chips.
Oh yeah, it's all
you have chips,
preservative,
ghetto juice,
Or there's like a restaurant down the street, or like a chicken shack down the street. Like there's no place that you can go and get like fresh fruits and vegetables, or, you know, packaged meats, like nothing like that. You have to get in a car or take a bus or take a cab and go like miles down the road to like ShopRite.
Right. And that's how it is in Minneapolis, in many places. It is really unfortunate. And if we can't figure out a way to feed ourselves and feed our groups of people,
there's going to be riots. It's going to be insane.
Yeah.
It'll be like the purge.
Manipulate food patterns now. Since we're talking about stores, I want to bring up the pharmacies. Back then they were called
apothecaries.
I know, Red can't say this word.
And they considered themselves highly sophisticated as the nation's official drug dispensary. Now, think about this, right, y'all? We've all seen the pharmacies inside of the grocery stores, right?
Right.
Do y'all know why they're in there, though?
Why, Rod?
Because when they started them, they were only actually at the level of a grocer's company, and it took decades before they were elevated above that. And before they were at a grocer's company level, they were on the lowly union of pepper and spices, and they were licensed, but still only compounded the same herbs as the folk healers.
Weren't folk healers like called like witches and things like that back then too? The Puritan movement.
Yeah, like witches would have been
like people like me that meditate and, you know, use my own herbs and use my own teas and make my own things like that to heal my family. I would be considered a witch. I mean, I claim it, whatever.
But you would also have been considered a folk healer too.
Right.
So, you know, in your community, you might have been the person that people came to get these things because you know how to, you know, take the seeds, you know how to grow the things, you know how to take care of yourself. You know, this is why I'm growing something like this year, a medicinal herb garden from Patriot Seeds, one of our partners here on the Freedom Revolution Network. If right now, though, seeds are not easy to find. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, they are sold out almost everywhere.
About bloodletting,
almost everywhere.
Bloodletting was actually a fondness of Dr. Benjamin Rush. His colleagues actually, they had a fondness of Dr. Benjamin Rush and his colleagues for mercury, and in all likelihood, probably accounted for a very high incidence of mercury poisoning, but saved very few, if any, lives. And their penchant for bloodletting may have imbued them with certain dramatic statuses during this epoch, but probably relieved very few fevers. And still, physicians of the day were unalterably lofty about the effectiveness of their therapies and about their superiority over folk healers who lacked a university education.
Yeah. Wow. So that's when they started making the importance on their schooling, their institutions, their indoctrinations to do things the way that they wanted people to do them, so that you couldn't just grow things like, you know, echinacea, or grow your own cayenne to heal yourself, or grow your own bone set, or grow your own, you know, comfrey root or anything. You know, they really stopped you at that point from letting you believe that you could do it on your own. And then it must be done through these institutions, or else you are no longer a viable member of this club.
Okay.
Right.
Bonnie, you say that carbs are also the cheapest food, along with things that do not spoil. But see, this is where they have you see, because they have you on this do not spoil thing. Okay, do you know how many things you can can? Do you know how many things you can just put in a jar and put a lid on it? It will stay good for a damn year.
True. Mm-hmm. True. Yeah,
we've lost that art because all of the, like, our ancestors have, like, since the processing of since processing foods has skyrocketed. I think it was like the 60s, 70s when it all came on. They started processing foods like box dinners and things like that.
Allie, yes. And they have us all deceive that we need these expensive things. Okay, let's take into consideration one thing that we've done here personally on our homestead. Okay, and Scarlet knows about this because I actually did a periscope about it.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about making butter. I think you believe that in order to make butter, it's a very huge, time-consuming thing that takes a really long time to do, and you need all these special things, right? You need a butter churn.
Yeah.
Right? Am I right?
That's what. Yeah.
That's what you imagine, you know, churning that butter.
That's
you know, on your front
That's what you
porch,
think
know?
about.
Yeah.
Oregon Trail.
So are you ready? Are you ready, Allie, to have your
I'm ready.
about
I'm ready.
what it is to make some butter? You ready?
Yep.
Go down to the local supermarket. Now, I wouldn't tell everybody to do this. If you can do it fresh, do it fresh. Go down to the local supermarket. Buy yourself a half a pint of heavy whipping cream. Bring it home. Put it in a glass mason jar.
Oh, shoot, yes.
Add some salt. Put the lid on. Put it under your foot. Roll it back and forth for about 25 minutes. Take it out. Put it in a bowl. Squeeze out the water. Put what you have left on some parchment paper. Put it in the fridge. Let it get hard. Butter! And guess what's left? Buttermilk. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Yep.
I've actually done that with whipped cream. I've actually made butter by accident.
Yep.
I was making my own whipped cream, and I ended up making sweet butter because I over whipped it.
Right. Yeah. And it's a great way to learn how to make butter.
That's pretty awesome.
Easily. Yeah, people don't think about that. Like TLO, did you know how to make butter?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Remember, I used to be a chef or cook.
Oh yeah, I forget. You have cook us dinner.
Nice.
Cook me dinner.
I know, right? I mean, but hey, I'm in Florida. I get none of this.
He's the only one I have here, so I depend
Aw.
on him. Cook me dinner. Want food?
What was that?
For what, Rick?
I said, cook me dinner.
Bro, Scarlet, when I'm coming down, I'm cooking you my mom's pasta bake.
Yeah. That's
Nice.
nice.
That's not gonna work. Jeez.
Ooh, my mom's on here. My mom said my great grandma did not believe in modern medicine. She always said that everything we need to heal ourselves comes from the ground.
It comes from within too. From within too. I've heard. Have you guys ever heard of the heart-brain connection?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Scarlet,
I'm like just touching the tip of the iceberg with this, so I'm not like well versed or anything, but it's really interesting.
Okay, so Brett's gonna blow your mind.
Allie, have you ever heard of the brain trinity?
The what?
Possibly.
So-
Hang on.
Okay, let's see.
Maybe.
Do you know the Trinity of the brain, TLO?
TLO, do you know the Trinity of the brain?
Yeah.
Doesn't it have something to do with your oh my god.
Freaking highway on here.
Oh
Like,
goodness.
bike squad of motorcycles about 6-7 deep, so yeah, I know they aren't just gonna work.
It's like Mad Max out here for TLO. Like we hope TLO makes it home. Like he's
Are
working
you okay?
work as an essential worker, and because they stop the trains at night because they think that's great. It's apparently wild out there. I'm concerned. We hope you.
Bro, I think my mom's about to hop on.
You know, it's a wild world. That's for sure.
How come that's not national news?
West out here.
It would freak people out. It shouldn't be national news. I'm just saying.
No, and that's why we report about things here on the Freedom Revolution Network, because the people who watch our programs can handle it. You know,
Yeah.
they can disseminate the information. They want to hear the intel from what's going on, boots on ground. They want to know the attitudes and activities of people, because that's going to
The real news.
Yeah, the real news, because that's what's going to let you know the next step, what's actually going to occur next. Because now that TLO is saying, I'm seeing all this activity, I'm seeing people out and about, I'm seeing people, you know, getting a little antsy and getting a little wild. We know that the next step, even though we're still on these stay-at-home orders for now 16 more days, we may see some action come into place. Let not forget that they opened 25 military bases around the country for supposed COVID-19 hospitals that never got opened.
They haven't been used.
Yeah,
So what are they going to be used for?
exactly.
years, and up to 70-80% of us are going to get the damn virus anyways.
Yep. Yeah, and they know that.
Most of us have already had it, though.
Yeah, and we probably already have. You know, they say it's going to turn into a childhood endemic-like disease. You know?
TLO, I'm calling you off of Google Voice. Sorry, guys. I finally got the stupid thing working.
Oh, did you? Good.
I'm finally bringing TLO into the scene on my computer. Give me a minute.
All right.
So what's with this, the Trinity, brain Trinity thing? Tell me. Is she still there?
Yeah, Red's here.
I'm waiting for all the traffic to clear. This is so...
Trinity, Red. We're going back to that. The Trinity of the brain.
Sorry, I was like excited, and then
this is good stuff.
Then I got more excited because there's activity going on. I'm like, oh gosh.
No. How are your headphones gonna die? Hello, Grant. Much love to you too. Welcome to Clarity After. All right. Oh, and then we have. Oh no, your headphones are about to die. What, Red? Do you want to charge them and come back in a minute?
TLO, can you hear everybody?
Yes.
Can y'all hear TLO?
Yeah, I can hear him.
All right, TLO, I'm hanging up on you on my phone.
Okay.
I feel like I need a notebook.
Okay, sorry about this. My computer. I'm going to apologize to the viewer. I've messed up kind of what some of the Scarlet show because of the fact I've been fighting with the computer for the past hour to get him on here.
It's actually rough.
Now we have TLO on the line and everybody can hear him. Thank God.
Yes. Let's see. Let me go to my gallery though, and I'm going to bring up what it is that we can talk about. We actually have an infographic of it.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll talk about what I did today. Today, I went to an Orlando rally, Freedom Rally. It was actually really cool. There were about 100 people there, and this was the second one that they did. I think the first one they had a little bit more, but the second one was today, and it was really awesome. There were a couple of like things that were really weird though. There was a DJ that was there 2 weeks ago with their first one who showed up today, and cops tried to stop him from using his loudspeaker and his microphone that he attaches to his Hummer. So when he pulled in, the lieutenant automatically just runs to him and he's like, you're not allowed to do this. Like, one, you're blocking traffic, and two, you're being too loud. And so a lot of us were like, wait a minute, hold on. What's the difference between him being on a microphone and us being over here with megaphones? It's the same thing. And then one of the mamas that put on the she hosted the event with some other people. She was like, wait a minute, I'm going to ask you a direct question, officer. Are you trying to tell me that you're going to cite this man, this American citizen, for exercising his First Amendment rights? And he couldn't answer her. She was like, no, I'm asking you a direct question. You need to answer me in a direct manner. And he couldn't answer her. And she was like, exactly. So you either let him finish and do what he's supposed to do because he is protected by the American Constitution, and you absolutely have no right to arrest him or cite him or ticket him or anything. And so they let him finish. And I was like, yay. It was great. I got most of it on my camera, but it was hard to see because the sun was like beaming in. But it was really cool.
Hey, Scarlet, my mom's pending, I think, from what she just said.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. I just had to bring somebody in. This is new for me, so I'm not paying attention when people are coming in, and so I'm just getting used to how this works.
Hey, there's my mom.
No, you can't see his mom looks like crap right now, but I'm here.
Well, you're here, and that's all that matters.
Today, you can see the ceiling fan.
Yes, we can. Oh, we lost her.
Oh, it kicked her. Hold on, I'm gonna go give her my phone.
We're having some issues with that, so we're gonna have to see what.
I'm gonna go give her my phone. Hold on.
We can see what we can do about that too, because we've
approve my other account because I'm coming in on my phone. I'm gonna give it to.
Okay,
there she is.
We got it back.
Something happened. As soon as it entered, it went back to having me rejoin.
I'm about to bring you my phone, Mom, so you can use it so you're not worrying about it.
No, it's fine now.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of different glitchy issues, so we'll make sure that we keep note, because Red had an issue, and so now we'll just keep note of that. You know, I think it's important that how many people did you see in Florida today? How many people did you think were out and about in your area?
Oh, there were a lot. I think everybody's over it, honestly. There were a lot. I mean, it wasn't as so driving from here, from where I live in like Tampa area to Orlando. Usually Orlando traffic is like it's forever. It takes you forever to get there because there's so many people, because we have Disney in Orlando and Disney is closed right now. So traffic really wasn't that bad, but there were a lot more cars out on the road than I thought I would see.
Mom, you can shut your camera off by clicking the camera button, by the way.
You can.
And
if you tap your phone and you see your camera, click stop cam.
Yeah, there is a little stop cam thing.
Red said also she switched her headphones.
I know. I'm going to call her now so then she doesn't need her headphones. So.
Okay. But no, I can't believe everybody is out like this during a stay-at-home order.
I think they're just over it.
That's the thing. You know, part of the control when people are starting to realize that. They're like sitting at home and they're like, wait a second, why am I sitting at home?
Right.
Well, because
you see stuff like what's happening over in Sweden. Sweden's not had any sort of shelter in
South
place.
South Dakota in our own
South
backyard.
Carolina's opened up their borders.
South Dakota myself, I'm like, oh, I can go to eat at a restaurant.
You know, we're not.
Right. My mom, what were you saying, Mom?
That a lot of people are standing up because they're seeing and hearing as more of the truth comes out, is that they're seeing that this is more of a thing to they're saying more of a thing to start taking, you know, our rights away and everything else. And more people are starting to, as time goes on, more people are starting to stand up against that and saying, you know, we're not staying in our houses, we're not sitting down, you know, and being quiet anymore, because as the truth comes out in more and more states, there's a lot of deaths that are happening that they're saying that are from COVID-19 that has nothing to do with COVID, you know,
Right.
because they didn't die because of the coronavirus. And there's more and more doctors that are standing up and saying stuff. There's more and more, I forget what the word they called. They do autopsies. You know, they're more and more of them are coming up and saying, yeah. Sorry, I'm tired of my medicine.
No, you're okay.
But, you know, more of them are coming up and saying, well, this person, they're saying that this person died because of COVID-19, because of the coronavirus, but no, they didn't. And around Easter weekend, it was said that in Alliance, Ohio, and that's where I grew up at, that there was 6 residents that had passed away in one of their nursing homes, and 2 that was all from the coronavirus, and 3 of them didn't even have it. 3 or 4 of them didn't have it. It was, you know, just because of their sickness or a heart attack or whatever it was. So, and they're trying to stop the coroners and the doctors and everyone from talking. And there was a big write-up in the Washington Post about it.
And Dr. Bricks even said it on national TV during a White House conference.
True.
And she's not the only one who said it. There's another doctor in a different state that said it at a press conference.
Yep, and that as soon as that press conference got put on, it got taken down by the government as fast as it went up on YouTube.
You know, and Scarlet was talking about that, you know, from her source in the state of Minnesota, that coroners, you know, that medical examiners weren't even allowed to examine the bodies.
Which is so stupid. When did that happen?
When did you say that, hon? Wasn't it like...
It'd be like a couple weeks ago, because Mr. Tyre works with someone who has this information and knows this as a fact. And so therefore, they had said that the medical examiners and the death examiners were no longer going on site because one of the actual death examiners had passed away in their apartment, which they believe was from COVID-19. And so they were no longer going on scene.
Yeah, because like as you and I talked, Scarlet, the last time you and I talked, well, the first time you and I talked, we were comparing what the media was saying then on coming out, that it was, they said that it was that you can only get it in the air, but that when you and I talked about it, they were saying in reports that it coming from bodily fluids.
Yep.
Right,
So-
and now Red's even saying that Pennsylvania wasn't even doing autopsies for the longest time.
Yeah, Red, everybody can hear you, so you can talk now. Red?
You know, so here's my thing in New York. Back to the point.
We've been doing autopsies for a long time, and I don't know if any of you all saw it or not, but CDC just made a big change on their website and took
Yes.
a whole bunch of deaths off of COVID and put them in the flu category.
Dude, I seen that drop
55,000
in the world. Scarlet,
Wouldn't that equal almost all of the technical deaths that have occurred?
Scarlet, go to Worldometers. Go to our Worldometers app, and you'll see the drop in deaths.
Okay, let's go see. We're gonna go to
because it was, I seen an article that I don't know if it was written today, but it was just shared on my timeline today, that before the deaths, the Washington Post, I didn't read all of the article, but they started, when this started happening, they had estimated the death toll of this before people started dying from doing a graph thing on the computer.
Right, in Scarlet.
Yeah,
So
the empirical, what was it? The empirical data?
Right.
Yeah,
Look,
it was
which was like 2,000% wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you look
Because
at
they
New
were-
York,
so here's the numbers.
go to the U.S. one.
Okay, so we're at 3,401,318 cases worldwide with 239,614 deaths, 1,081,705 recovered. So we're gonna go to
That's still about 0.01 or
Okay, look at the New York
0.02%.
cases. When you look at
Of
the
the
deaths,
world.
when you look at the deaths of the New York cases, when I checked this yesterday, it was 79,383. Look where that drop in deaths is now to 65,776.
Whoa.
because while the Washington Post said they broke it down, not this much, but the numbers went down on how many people that actually get it. It was like 3 out of 10 people. I don't remember the numbers, but it said, now they're saying not as many people, are going to get it. Now they're saying that only young children and older people are going to be affected by it. It just now, it seems just like a lot of backtracking on saying stuff, about what they was 6, 7, 8 weeks ago whenever it started happening.
Right. So Scarlet, let me point this out to you, okay?
Yep.
Every night we see more than one state on the Worldometer site. More than one state reported deaths, right?
Yep.
Colorado is the only single state that's on there. Looking at it from my phone and yours, comparing it with mine, because I know mine and yours has had issues doing this to us. That California is the only fucking state to report any COVID-19 cases, and me and Scarlet has never seen this like this since this site has been up and built for the coronavirus.
True.
So let me ask you this: why now? Why now? After
Because of their riot. Now
Yeah,
they're riot. They're rallying today.
hold on, because the question wasn't done. Why now
sorry.
are they starting to stop reporting deaths, stop reporting cases, and not let us know actually what the fuck is going on? Because I've been seeing it for weeks. Me and Scarlett has been seeing this since January, since we first talked about this on her show, that they were going to do this. We were going to see a huge spike in cases, and then they were just going to stop.
Yep.
Well,
We're going to be in lockdown like we are now because they're stopping reporting cases. New York's not saying
They're
nothing.
changing how they're doing it because they say in notes, in accordance with new CDC guidelines, New York, the numbers shown below include probable deaths and consequently probable cases for the same number as reported by New York City. Maryland now includes probable deaths as reported by the Department of Health. Wyoming now includes probable cases as reported by the Department of Health.
So they're fudged. You
Yeah.
can tell.
So see, they're being, so this is what's happening, and this is going from what I've watched from.
Oh, here we
you
go.
know,
Changes in United States data following the new CDC guidelines on case and death definition. Following new CDC guidelines, as of April 14, 2020, the CDC case counts and death counts include both confirmed and probable cases and deaths. This change was made to reflect an interim COVID-19 position statement issued by the Council for State and Territorial Epidemiologists on April 5th, 2020. The position statement included a case definition and made COVID-19 a nationally notifiable disease. A confirmed case or death is defined by meeting confirmatory laboratory evidence for COVID-19. A probable case or death is defined by I, meeting clinical criteria and epidemiological evidence with no confirmatory laboratory testing performed for COVID-19. Or meeting presumptive laboratory evidence and either clinical criteria or epidemiologic evidence, or meeting vital records criteria with no confirmatory laboratory testing performed for COVID-19.
So here's my question.
Yeah, this change, hold on, I'm not done. This change is a further example of one of the many reasons why the label confirmed cases used to designate total cases is incorrect. The US CDC and Worldometer has always used the label total cases. Canada is another example where the total number includes publicly reported confirmed and probable cases.
Wow.
On April 14th, New York City reported 3,778 deaths that occurred since March 11th and have been classified as probable. Defined as follows: decedent who had no known pository laboratory tests for SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19, but the death certificate lists a cause of death COVID-19 or an equivalent. From April 14th onward, New York City has provided and will continue to provide the updated number of probable deaths in its daily reports. Since every probable death necessarily implies a probable case, logic mandates that the adjustment made to both deaths and cases, and not only to deaths. We've adjusted New York State and the United States accordingly. As with similar instances in the past, we had initially added the additional data on the day it was reported before redistributing it over the reference period. Once more information became available. On the 15th, in the daily press feeding, Governor Cuomo said we will be getting all report categories of fatalities pursuant to new CDC guidelines and are contacting facilities to get updated numbers. He also added that there may be additional people who died who have not been counted because not in a hospital. On the April 15th update, the New York State Department of Health official website had still not included nor reported separately the additional probable deaths reported by New York City the day before. On April 16th, when asked about the issue, New York State officials commented on their decision not to add New York City probable deaths in the official state count, saying that probable deaths have been reported by New York City in a new and separate category, without adding the two numbers, confirmed and probable, into a single category. The state of Ohio is an example of a state that started reporting total cases and deaths correctly, in accordance with the new CDC guidelines. On its overview dashboard, it shows total cases and total deaths, also while providing the breakdown between confirmed and probable, with the note CDC expanded case definition probable and CDC expanded death definition probable. So they're just fudging all the numbers.
Yeah, right. And then how many of those deaths are actually COVID and not from treatment?
Right. So let me go back to what I was saying when Scarlet was saying this, okay? So we look at the total number of cases that was given before this new CDC guideline came out. And here's my theory, because Scarlet, you taught me how to think on theory sometimes.
Right.
When we're in a situation like this, think on theory. Governor Mike DeWine did not want to open up the states. Next thing you know, Trump comes out with the 3-phase line.
Mm-hmm.
True.
To do businesses, schools, and churches, and then restaurants and movies. We started reporting cases in deaths. And look what happened last Saturday during his press conference. He said on May 1st, I'm going to allow retail, stores, in surgeries that don't require an overnight stay at the hospital, chiropractors, dentists, and things that people need that are essential to open back up. So governors are now being forced in. And the only reason I know this is true because I called my chiropractor today and I got an appointment.
Did you get an appointment? Because I told you to call before they open so that you...
Yeah, I've got an appointment on Wednesday at 12:30.
Our chiropractors have been open this whole time.
this is what I was thinking earlier when I was reading the post. I'm trying to find it. It's from the Washington Post.
Well,
If you look, if you
Let your mother talk.
look at Dwayne Edward, I will come downstairs and smack the hell out of you.
Uh-oh.
You are 13 steps away from me.
technically,
Get him, mama.
technically, I'm about 22 steps away from you, from the couch to the upstairs bedroom. Is 22.
I'll smack you, okay? So just go.
But
Let your mama talk.
if you look at the states that they're opening, Ohio, there's 7 states that determines presidential election. And if you look at the states that are opening, and Ohio being one of them, has a major play role in elections.
Yep,
I like
you're
how
right.
you're thinking. So does Florida.
I thought about it earlier, but I've had a really rough day today, so it wasn't much thought. But I've been as I'm looking,
Carol Baskin.
as I'm looking for the article that I read today. I've been sitting and listening to you guys listing off states.
Right.
Most of the states that you guys have said that opened up today, but still pushed it back, at least for stores, pushed the quarantine until June, but opened up their stores. The majority of them states make up for the presidential election.
Yeah, because look at it. Florida got Trump in. Ohio got Trump in. North Dakota, South Carolina.
The big ones. Your mom's talking about the big ones like Ohio, Iowa, California,
Florida,
Michigan. These are
Yeah.
all states that when it
All
comes down
these
to
big
actual
states.
elections,
Edward, shut up.
right? Go ahead, Ed.
Just as a heads up, I'm on my Facebook timeline, and one of my actual people that I used to work with at Sonic
Oh, right.
literally just posted, everyone should be so proud of me. I just went grocery shopping and I didn't call the feds. It was so hard to resist the urge to want to call them for the employees not wearing masks and the shoppers too not wearing masks. But then I remembered it was my choice to go there. If I'm scared, I would have stayed at home and ate the ramen I have. Be safe, y'all. Be safe.
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
See, that's ridiculous. You're
That's okay.
On the feds and see
1-800 I'm a Nazi.
Yeah.
Right. This is my
100
thing.
brown shirts at my door. Like
if you're afraid to go out because of the fucking coronavirus, stay the fucking home. Have someone else go get your groceries for you that's willing to get your groceries. I bet you right now, if my mom called one of our friends and went like, hey, I don't want to go out because of the coronavirus, will you go out and get the groceries for me? Bet that one of them would pick up the phone. If you're best friends with someone and they would be fucking willing anything, like I know if I called Rick, my best friend Rick, and asked him like, hey, I don't want to leave my house. Can you go snack my groceries for me?
right.
It's not
So
that
my favorite thing to say is your immune system response is not my responsibility. Your health is not my responsibility. So
Right.
if you're afraid, then you need to take precautions, but do not expect me to fall into your fear and wear a mask because you're afraid that you're going to get sick. That's up to you. That's your problem. I don't ask you to wear a coat because I'm cold. That shit doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. I can't set myself on fire to save you.
Or to keep you warm. Absolutely
Right.
not. That's not how this works.
No, not at all. And that's crazy when people are starting to think in these terms, and I'm just very concerned right now because who are these people? Who are these people?
But we're selfish when we go out to rallies to protest because of mental health and because people have lost their livelihoods, but we're selfish. How does that shit make sense? It doesn't make sense. It's stupid.
No, I would like to see the actual proof that people who are going are actually getting sick.
Right. And if this was really serious, we would see essential workers dropping dead
We would.
everywhere.
Hey, now, before you say that, the last time Scarlet and I freaking said some shit like that online, literally the next day we woke up in the morning and it was like, Walmart employee died of coronavirus.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, God forbid. Okay.
Right.
Jeez. No, I know. I'm just messy.
It's Allie, I'm not even lying to you right now. That is a true story. Me and Scarlet literally 2 weeks ago said this on air, the exact same thing. Why are the essential workers not dropping dead? And literally the next morning we woke up to headlines. Walmart.
That's freakish.
Killed one employee and 4 more are diagnosed.
That's scary.
Isn't it?
So yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the
kind
day
of scary.
after the protests in Michigan and Wisconsin, the day
Yeah.
after they were saying, oh yeah, they gave a daily count for Wisconsin. Like every day they'd be like, oh, another person who was at the rally. Oh, another person had it who was at the rally.
So
like every day they tried to make it play like, oh yeah, these people are irresponsible, and they do. They say that in the media. They say that.
wow, they're irresponsible.
Online and Twitter.
The problem is that so this COVID test is not specific to COVID-19.
Yeah. How do we equate for like the false positives, TLO? How do we even figure that out?
Right.
I mean, I'm concerned. People call the CDC.
All of this has obviously been about control.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the main reason, the bottom line, why the numbers keep changing. They keep fudging with the numbers so that they can manipulate the numbers and manipulate the population as they see fit.
Which is why there are some states like Dwayne was saying, there's some states that are saying they're not reporting any deaths because we're all locked down, and then as soon as they lift these lockdowns, it's going to be deaths everywhere. It's going to panic and freak people out.
Yeah,
And
everybody's
locked again. Correct.
Yep. And even harder lockdown, maybe
Yep.
next time, round 2 lockdown, everything gets shut down.
Yep.
Why do you think they keep saying that the fall we're going to have a big bump? Why do you think they keep pushing the fear?
They also
We're going to have so many more deaths because
screw herd immunity, but yet lock everybody away. You cannot achieve herd immunity if the herd does not get to congregate.
Yes, you can't. Yes.
Correct.
And I hate that term because it's so ridiculous that we're considering humans as cattle and
Right.
like livestock. Like we're not livestock. So it's like it's naturally acquired immunity. We can't achieve that if we're not out in the open. Just because we're locked away, we can be locked away for 6 years.
I'd love to have it.
Yeah,
Scarlet.
She doesn't mind being a part of a herd. She's got 30 goats, and so she already has a herd herself, and she
I
can
love it.
a herd. So
I love it.
in the past that we do talk about things that it's herd mentality because the herd.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Hey, Scarlet, can you add my phone real quick? Because I want to show you something.
Okay.
Because,
Take yourself off the other one. No one wants to see you twice.
well, I'm just going to do this.
Why didn't you just screen share? Now you muted yourself.
Okay, let me share it then real quick. Why is this still going? Get out of here.
There you go.
Okay. I didn't know we can screen share in this one.
Oh yeah, you can screen share.
Okay.
It's a little bit more complicated than before. Welcome, Casimirio. Welcome.
Okay. So I need to click screen share. Screen share. Okay.
Yes, a little bit more.
I gotta go to Facebook. So give me a minute. Oh, I seen this just now on Facebook, and this is where my computer's gonna be so touchy again. Stupid piece of shit.
We'll see.
We'll see if it decides to kick TLO off the phone or me off the live stream.
Well, we'll see. We're all testing new things, okay? We don't know how it works. We have no boundaries.
No, but I know it takes forever.
No,
I see that.
Okay.
I've noticed.
I just shared this.
Okay.
And this is from the COVID-19 report on Facebook.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know who this is, but this needs to go away. So, can we stop being stupid for like 2 seconds?
I can see it.
Okay, look at this.
Okay. There we
This
go.
is in Colorado. This is in one of the states. And that is a military police officer.
And has that truck at the intersection like that?
Wait, how can you tell he's an MP?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really. I mean, he's got some patch on his arm. Though.
Hold on. I'll pull up the COVID-19
Let me see
report
the picture.
right there.
He does look MP, but I can't see his.
He has to have a patch.
He
Sorry,
does-
prior military. You can't say he's MP if
You
you
are
can't
former
see it.
military, but there is on the
Not
right,
MP.
on that
Yeah,
arm to us, you can see a patch, a diamond-shaped patch. Like
Okay.
this.
yeah, he looks more National Guard.
It could be his oh my god.
Well,
Unit
give me a
patch,
minute. I'm pulling up
depending
the
on
COVID
where it
report.
is.
Okay, this is the COVID-19 report. All right.
No, he looks more like an MP, not an MP, but National
National
Right
Guard
here.
or Reserve.
National
something.
State
Would you-
police.
Oh, click on it.
Will you stop? Because this is what it's
Go down
saying.
to the other pics and click on it. Go down.
Yeah, that's why I was
Because
getting
there was
ready to
more
ask.
pics. Yeah, there's more
I'm
pics. Go
trying to-
down.
Okay.
Normally, he looks. I'm gonna say National Guard, but
He's
with-
What does that
National
truck say though? Blow up that pic. Can you make it bigger at all, or
Come
go
on,
zoom in
not a minute
anymore?
so I can blow this up.
what the
Yeah.
hell does me sitting here have anything to do with it?
Facebook. What are you doing? Stop
This
it.
is the fun part. There we go.
All right. So right there's the MP patch. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, and
Is it
yeah, it is. That's National Guard.
And that's a mobile command unit in the back.
Yeah, it does
Police
say
officer
mobile
right
command.
here.
Yeah, it does say that.
And it's not saying what state this is in though either.
No.
Which is why it's making me mad. So, but now that we're seeing,
I can go look. And where's that coming from?
We're good. Yeah. The
Yeah.
more that we are, sorry, my phone and stuff crashed.
This
so
is-
I'm taking
Oh,
over.
good.
this is from the COVID-19 report on Facebook, Scarlet.
Yeah, there. Thank you, Dwayne. That's what I was looking for.
But I follow Graham Allen, and he did a video. He actually had to do two of them because one got reported and it got taken down. But him telling Americans, to stand up and start fighting against this and let our voices be heard. And
Gallup, New Mexico. Gallup, New Mexico is where this is.
he brought up something about the deaths in California on how they were off, that it's like zero, it's only 0.03% of
The population.
out of California deaths that were honestly COVID-19 was 0.03. And
Oh wow.
his videos, he's gotten flagged by, he's got many accounts, but he's gotten flagged. His videos and stuff got taken off of YouTube, and a couple of them got taken off Facebook. And he does like a satellite web show thing, but he's even encouraging people to start standing up and let our voices be heard, because if the government keeps us all quarantined, then they pretty much can do whatever they want to, because we're
allowing it.
Yeah.
I said this in my live earlier tonight. I was like, listen, when the government says, it's to keep you safe, they're thinking for you.
Yes,
Right.
Red.
Because I just found this out. January 31st of 2003, Costco Wholesale Corporation announced the election of William H. Gates as their CEO and co-chair.
Is that Bill?
Yep, that's Bill.
Wait, say that again?
Costco in 2004?
Costco. Bill Gates is on the fucking Costco board
Since
since 2003.
3.
Shut up.
Boom.
I bet you if you look it up, he's probably on quite a few boards.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord, that man needs to go
That's how
away.
Rich people like that weigh their power and throw their power around. They get these board members,
As
and then
stakeholders. Yep.
those board members get to control and dictate all the employees underneath. And if we're talking large corporations, then that's a large amount of people that you
It
control.
got taken down. You shared it. It got taken down.
No, I've not went in my Facebook page for that. I didn't share it.
Oh.
Guys, check this out. Check
Yeah.
this out. This is ridiculous. It says Florida attorney at the beach dressed as the Grim Reaper to protest people being at the beach. It's a publicity stunt to raise money for Democrats.
What the fuck? That is so
Don't doubt it.
That
If
is
you
so-
notice, a lot of the driving forces behind it, and they've even been able to not really kind of fight this in the news, is that a lot of these new policies, a lot of the things that they develop and they come up with as far as like shelter at home and whatnot, it's Democrats.
But that's the thing, though.
Not
That's
bipartisan. It's only the Democrats that seem to want to control how we move.
The worst states right now that are locked down are Democratic states.
all right. So my mom wants me to read this to you guys real quick.
On the
It's
side of the buildings, Red. What'd you say?
On the side of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation building,
Yes.
Yes, I saw that.
into the stone, literally says Center for Global Human Population Reduction, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Yep.
Yes, it
They
does.
changed the name, and you can't find out that the business was actually registered as that in the beginning when it was created. But that's what it was registered as, and the carved in the stone is why they can't change it, is because they put it in the stone. But if you look on the internet for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for Population Control and Reduction, or whatever Reddit just said quite a few words.
Center for Global Human Population Reduction.
Yes.
So Scarlet.
Can't find it. So isn't that interesting?
Wow.
It is.
That's crazy.
Scarlet.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
So my mom wants me to read this.
Okay.
100 true enemies of the people, Democrats. Fear strikes. 2001. Yak is going to Y2K is going to destroy everything. 2001. Anthrax is going to kill us all.
Mhm.
2002. West Nile virus.
Mhm.
2003.
No,
Star-
I've had West Nile virus, so that ain't no joke, man. Like, I almost died.
2005. Bird flu.
That was real.
2006, E. coli. 2008, financial collapse. And these are all things that they said they're going to kill us. 2009, swine flu. 2012, the Mayan calendar predicts the world ending. 2013, North Korea is going to cause World War III. It almost happened. Ebola in 2014. ISIS in 15. Zika virus in 16. In 2020, coronavirus is going to kill us all. The truth is fear is going to kill you. Turn
Mhm.
off the TV and pray and trust God and wash your hands.
Yeah,
I can one-up you.
go ahead, Red.
5 years ago to date, Obama stood on national television and told everyone there will be a global pandemic equal to that of the Spanish flu that will rip through, and that is why he needed $2.7 billion to build
Guess what?
a base to be able to deal with that. And guess where that money went, y'all? It went to the Wuhan
Lab
Mhm.
of virology.
virology. Yes, it
Yep.
did.
Wow.
5 years later, we have a disease running globally that they are, in fact, putting up against the Spanish flu. And nobody sees a coincidence that this man supposedly built an infrastructure that cost $2.7 million in case this ever happened. And here we are in the pandemic exactly 5 years when he said it would be. 5 years from now, we could see ourselves in a pandemic that we need this for. And yet, here we are in the pandemic, and yet, we're not prepared. Where
Yep.
did our money go?
And Fauci was
How do
Fauci was
Yes.
the head of the National Infectious Disease, where they also sent an additional $2.4 million over to the Wuhan Lab of Virology, of which in December, the Wuhan Lab of Virology, and we put out a report here on Clarity After Dark. You can go back to our website, or you can go on YouTube and go look up our video from back then that talked about a specific study from the Wuhan Lab of Virology that was done in December of 2019 that was done on coronavirus, that they were actually manipulating the spike proteins so that they could get it to go into people's systems so they could create a better vaccine for coronavirus. And you tell me that this came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Right.
There's no way.
If you're focusing on the spike proteins to make them go into a body because you can't get the coronavirus somehow to just go into people's bodies to create a proper vaccine, and then you
I don't mean
manipulate,
to be this person.
right?
Okay.
But then they manipulate it to then it goes into your body, and then they say, "Oh, it came from bats or pangolins or whatever they want to come up with."
And I don't want to be this person, but I'm going to be. So hashtag not everybody's cup of tea. Hashtag kiss my ass, and hashtag I said it. Okay.
I love it.
Listen. This motherfucker stood on national television and told you he was going to infect the world in 5 years. 5 years later, here it is. We're all infected. Where has Obama been but skating the freaking outskirts of the entire world because he's been trying to stay out.
Oh, no. You know where he was? The day after Michelle Obama says African Americans need to stay at home. African Americans need to quit going out this, that, and the other. Obama is out golfing. Yes. Yes. I mean, how much disrespect can you put into the American people's faces?
Oh my God. And nobody's putting two and two together. Nobody's putting it together.
No.
But, you know, he's the best president ever and Trump is the devil.
Allie, he can go golfing. You want to know why?
Started on that.
Right.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why he can go golfing?
Why is that, Red?
It's because he won't get sick. He invented it with the rest of them. One of his best friends is Bill Gates. You think that's coincidental?
Nope.
No.
You think that man went into the White House talking about him and his wife are like every American and they owe education debt and they're so in debt and they left the Oval Office owning $2 million mansion?
True.
Wow.
No debt?
Zero.
You think that's coincidental?
And you only make $400,000 a year. For most people in Washington, that's a median salary. That's just like a middle class, upper middle class person for them. So how did you make all this money? And now you make all this money off of speeches. You make all this money off of writing books. But now you have your wife come out and actually make a public statement, especially to African Americans, of which, any other time, Obama never had time to talk to black folks. Now all of a sudden you got time to talk to black folks. Okay, we'll go there.
Right, and Scarlet.
But then have the nerve to show up.
Hashtag kiss her ass. She said it.
I did. I
She
did.
said it.
That's real. And then the next day goes out and golfs and just throws it in our face as affluence, and they've got rows of golf carts. How is golf cart social distancing?
Nope.
Did you see distancing in that picture at all? Because I sure shit didn't.
I did not.
See a mask.
Nope, I did not see a mask either. And they rip apart Pence for going into the Mayo Clinic here in Minnesota without a mask. And yet Obama's running around golfing and it's just fine because, Obama's great.
It's okay because Obama's going to save the earth, guys.
Right.
Scarlet, Fox 11 News. Fox 11 News just protested.
Obama sadly here to stay.
True.
Scarlet,
Yes.
Fox 11 News Los Angeles just came out 33 minutes ago. A spokesman for a key House panel said Friday that the White House has blocked Dr. Anthony Fauci from testifying next week at a coronavirus outbreak conference. They blocked him from speaking.
Good. That's why he's been all over everywhere else on MSN and CNN and all the other fake news channels that don't support
Alicia,
Donald
go
Trump.
look for yourself. I just tagged you in it.
So guys,
Scarlet.
Forbes magazine, okay? Forbes magazine says that it's a $2,000 payment a month plus $1,000 per month for 1 year after.
Yep. That after it's declared done. So it could be $2,000 a year for 18 months. And
Oh my
then
God.
they could say now do a year. After that, let's say, 2 years or whatever, and then whatnot. And then then they could say, or 5 years, hell. And then they could say all of a sudden, okay, now we've declared it over. Much like mission accomplished. Remember that? mission
Mhm.
accomplished, big banner in the background,
Right.
done. And nobody was done. And so are they going to pull something like that where they keep us on? Basically, they baited and switched us into a universal basic income. And I'll tell
Into
you how they did this.
socialism.
Oh, yeah. And they did this by one slick move. And I'll tell you guys what that is right now. We all think that they fought, the House and the Senate to get me to get this passed, the CARES Act, right? And they were fighting in public, and they were saying, oh, we need to pass, and we're not agreeing, and this and that, and all this stuff, right? Well, okay. So what I found out was this, is that actually the CARES Act was passed in July.
Under Obama.
Yep. Well, yeah. It was passed. It was passed last year under Trump. July of 2019. It was passed the House as the Middle Class Tax Reform and Medical Act. Okay. Last year, July, it was passed. Then it was introduced in the Senate as the CARES Act. So it already had been passed as the House as a different bill. The Senate wrote an amendment to basically say, hey, we're going to turn this act into the CARES Act. That's what the House ended up approving. That's what they were fighting over.
That's illegal.
Yep. So they
Whoa.
re-approved it as the CARES Act, and they just allowed it. But this was a plan from last year, July of 19, to have this act out.
That's completely illegal. They can't amend or rename anything until it has gone fully through for a certain amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah, they had already passed it, though, last year as of the House, which they can do that. Once they pass it as the House, all they need is the Senate, and the Senate can use an amendment. But no one ever told us that this already existed.
The name, though, they can't alter the name.
Yes, they can, because they could have put in an amendment to say they were going to change the name, and as long as the House approved it, then they could. And that's how they can do it. They
do that all the time.
As long as it passes, it doesn't have to pass the Senate. The only thing it has to do is, well, for the bill to pass, if the House approves it, it goes to the Senate.
Yep.
And once the Senate approves it, it goes to the president. And after the president gets his hand on it,
he signs it, and it becomes law.
He can either veto that and send it back.
Yep.
He can do 3 things.
Yep. You want to tell us those 3 things, Allie?
Veto, do nothing, or sign it.
Yep. So if he vetoes it, it goes back to the House for a 2/3 vote.
But be warned, y'all, doing nothing is just as bad as signing.
Doing nothing, exactly, because it becomes law anyway.
There's no action, it automatically becomes law.
Yep.
Right.
But that's what I was getting ready to go into. If the House and the Senate pass a 2/3 vote,
here it goes. I found it.
Doesn't have to sign it. The president doesn't have to sign it.
Here was the full title. To provide emergency assistance and healthcare response, and this is what they ended up changing it to, okay? Individuals, families, and businesses affected by the 2020 coronavirus pandemic, acronym the CARES Act. It was introduced on, actually, I'm wrong. It was not July. It was actually January 24th of 2019. It was introduced in the House as H.R. 748, the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act of 2019. By Joe Courtney, introduced it, a Democrat of Connecticut. Then committee consideration by the House and Ways and Means Committee passed the House on July 17th, so that's where I got July from, 2019, passed the Senate as the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act on March 25th, 2020 with amendment. House agreed to Senate amendment on March 27th, 2020.
I feel like all of that is illegal.
Yeah, that's wow.
We should have been told that they had already passed it as something else.
Right.
They're making us think they created this whole new CARES Act.
The citizen.
Yep. Yep, they just defrauded the American people by letting them believe that they were fighting over this, and that they couldn't decide on terms, and they couldn't decide on this or that. But they had already had the framework and passed it. Last year, in January of 2019. So by this January, it had already been in place in the House as far as, just waiting for the Senate to do their business for a whole year.
Wow. Usually bills have an expiration date.
Guys, you may not get this or
I
understand
wonder
it,
what
but
the
for
expiration date
Coloradians
is.
out there. Okay, so for all of my Coloradians out there, sadly, I have got bad news that the Greeley stampede has already been canceled.
What's been canceled?
Oh, that's terrible. Greeley Stampede has already been canceled.
Oh.
And we've also gotten rumor that the Creed Gym show has also already been canceled this year.
Oh, no. I heard, what I did?
I would not have high hopes for Tuscan Gym show this year, y'all.
No, Tucson Gem Show, and that's usually in February. They did have the last one just a couple months ago, but next year I don't think. What does that change for a city like Minneapolis, that is known as the city of 101 conventions in the wintertime? How does that change when we're not going to be having trade shows?
Like,
we're not going to be having these things coming in.
Like you guys that don't live in Colorado, like you wouldn't understand what a big deal the Greeley Stampede is here.
Yeah, it's
right.
a big deal.
Like,
it's probably like the rodeo, the Houston rodeo.
Oh, and guess what else they canceled?
What?
You're gonna die when you hear about this. They canceled Fibark.
What?
Fibark is officially canceled this year.
Okay, now hold on. Fibark is like a boating and kind of like hippie kind of, new age kind of, we go kayaking, water rafting, and then they create all these like games in the water. They have like big, you take like big.
It's a huge festival here, guys.
Yeah, you can play like rock'em sock'em robots on a raft in the river and like knock each other off and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like they have lots of different events, but most of them are like.
This is like a high level event that goes on for like 4 days.
Yeah, at least it's like a whole week worth of activities out there, and you go on the river, the Arkansas River there, and so you're in the water. And so for them to already have canceled this, knowing that honestly a lot of those events could be social distanced, is really crazy to think that you're outside.
Oh hell! Comic-Con was canceled, but Scarlet, question: have you mentioned
Comic-Con? Comic-Con is canceled.
Have you said anything about donations tonight?
I have talked about donations. I did flick it up on the screen. If you like what we do here on the Freedom Revolution Network, think about donating. Please go to www.freedomrevolutionnetwork.com, hit the donate button, and then you contribute our shows here, like me, for Clarity After Dark, or our other wonderful shows like The Night Talk with Dwayne Lanham. We've got Journey into Freedom with your host, Red Gypsy. We've got a few new shows coming as well. We've got the Higher Purpose Show. We've got that coming. We've also got the Survivalist Martini coming. We've also got a new comedy show, and we're getting some comedians together. And so we're hopefully to bring you we're going to call it maybe like FRN Variety Hour or something. I don't know what the name is going to be yet, but we're coming up with new things.
Hey, dude, y'all know I'm funny as shit, so I'm there.
Yeah, Red's going to be there. Red's already got her skits. She's already writing them out. That's awesome. It's already going to be happening. So it's going to be a good time.
And then also on Sunday mornings, we have church.
Yeah, we can bring you to church here on the Freedom Revolution Network with your pastor, Dwayne. And Dwayne and I and Red are all ordained ministers.
Oh, really cool. I didn't know that.
My show, GIF, is Sunday nights, and we always do ministry on there.
We do. We do always do ministry. Casimirio from chat says they canceled 4th of July here in Reno, Nevada, and hot August nights, which is like classic cars. The best in the West rib cook-off and the hot air balloons.
Oh no!
Do they already
social distance in a hot air balloon? If I ride with my family in one, how is that not social distancing?
Dude, and here's the thing: they already canceled the Hall of Fame parade too.
They guys go back to the 50s, TLO?
Yes. Yes, they did.
How can you
Oregon's
not social
governor?
distance?
The Audra mentioned that owns basically all the towing companies here in Minneapolis, St. Paul, all surrounding suburbs. She owns 5 towing companies. They always have cars shown there, competing or whatever. And yeah, she was pretty disappointed. She learned the news before it was released to the media, and so I knew about it before it was told this week. They canceled it this week earlier.
Yeah, and any of you football fans out there, TLO,
Right?
they canceled the Hall of Fame parade.
Yeah.
They canceled the Hall of Fame game. And
Which sucks because I was going to go. I was taking this to the Hall of Fame parade because the Hall of Fame game was supposed to be the Steelers and Dallas Cowboys. I'm Steelers, he's Cowboys. I was going to take Dennis and they fucking canceled that bitch. My language, I am a really big football person.
No, I get it.
And
Yeah.
No, and it's upsetting for everybody. Oh, Steelers, yeah, there you go.
Go Vikings, go Steelers.
Oregon pushed back their extended their stay at home for another 60 days. So they're not opening back up until July 6th.
Dude, guys, you do not remember my thing about football?
Listen,
No, I don't remember your thing
let
about
those
football.
words resonate.
Okay, so
Marinate in there.
well,
60 fucking days.
his entire high school life. And he was a linebacker, and he was very good at it. And I was forced to go to these football games for 4 stinking years.
Oh no.
I loathe football.
I just asked because you know you're from Pennsylvania, so I asked, were you ever a Steelers fan?
And to be honest, no. Absolutely freaking not. They suck balls.
my mom was like this direction, like fuck you.
I
No.
do it in fun though. I'm not one of them like crazy.
Lived there, my dear, and didn't have to deal with the fact that the coach of the Steelers was molesting children.
Who
True.
was that?
All right.
Not just children, but
I do it out of fun. I wasn't thinking or anything about it.
Are we talking about our current coach that we have, or
No, this was years ago.
no, they fired him and put him in jail.
Yeah, no, this was years ago.
Okay, y'all want to hear about football? I can go to one game, a high school game that is packed and looks like it's an NFL game. The Maslin versus McKinley game every year. And I am a die-hard Maslin fan, and I will pack myself in a stadium with a good 6,000, 7,000 people in the Hall of Fame. I will pack my ass in there with anxiety off the roof and big crowds.
Master McKinley game is the only high school game that's voted on in Vegas.
Yeah, and
Wow.
down in Vegas.
Big deal.
So here's my thing.
They were talking about this a month or so ago,
And-
whether or not they're going to have it.
Now, Bonnie, you said, do you ever feel like a little kid that has been sent to the corner and told that they can't go to their friend's birthday party? Let me tell you something. David's birthday was April 3rd. The one thing that child wanted to do more than anything was have a stinker birthday party because he almost did not make it to the age of 13. He died twice,
Yes, he
less
did.
than 6 weeks before his 13th birthday. Boy wants a birthday party. You know what? That boy hasn't even gotten one single gift for his birthday from anybody because of this stupid coronavirus thing. And it is very upsetting.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we have felt that way.
That's awful.
That's just terrible. Honestly, people shouldn't be afraid. You know what we're doing? For my
Dude,
niece?
what's your address? What does he want?
We'll talk, Allie. We'll talk. You know what's interesting is that for my niece on Tuesday, we're all going to do a little parade past her house, and we called everybody from school, and we called all her friends, and everybody's going to come, and we're going to do a little parade, and we're not going to social distance, and, you know, our close family, and we're going to go and I'm bring my kids, and they're going to spend time with their cousin for their birthday, because we're not playing this. This is crazy. You know, people are so afraid to even interact with their own families, you know. Even when my sister came to drop off, you know, she dropped off some like 7th-generation spray that's kind of like, you know, similar to like, has thyme oil in it.
Mm-hmm.
She dropped that off. She was afraid to even come in the door.
Oh,
you know,
no.
she's still outside like my apartment entryway, because she's like, I'm just gonna put it in here and then you can come out and then you can grab it. You know, it's got people so concerned. And I mean, she is in a lot of grocery stores and things because she's an Instacart shopper. So I get that. But it's got people so concerned, and kids can't even have friends anymore. You know, like Red's son is very upset. My son, he's like, when do I get to see my friends again? Do I get to see them? Can they come over next week?
And also, let me just also mention that David has already brought it up, Scarlet, just so that you're aware. David has already broken down into tears 2 times that if this ruins his trip on the train with Davison and his overnight, he's going to be livid.
Oh, yeah, because we're all supposed to be going on the Polar Express this year together down in Durango, Colorado.
Scott, you look like you're about to cry, hon.
I am, because that, you know, I honestly, because of all this, I had forgotten about that. But that is something that both of those boys have been looking forward to for like months. For like,
oh my God,
for
like you guys have no idea. Like, Davison was all upset one day because he was like, I don't have no friends. And my son was like, Mom, can I call Davison to be his friend? And then they're like, but I live here and I live there. And they're like, but our moms are so friends. And then they found this thing that they love together, trains.
Yep. They both love trains.
And they're like, ooh, Polar Express. Can we do the Polar Express? And the one thing that Davison wants that he has never had in his entire lifetime is a sleepover with somebody, because nobody wants to spend any time with him like that.
Because he has special needs, and so it's hard.
Even in the midst of being all beat up and healing, my little David is like, I want to spend the night with you, Davison.
Oh, babies.
Yep. And he just, that's what they want. They want to go. And we looked into it last year. And so, yeah, if that gets messed up, I'm going to be highly disappointed, because that's the one thing they're looking forward to, is spending time with each other and together. I mean, David was literally on his deathbed and still was trying to video chat, because he's like, he's my friend. I need to talk to him. I need to let him know I'm okay. Because my son is thinking, is he dead? Is he not here anymore? My son doesn't understand these concepts. He's thinking like, oh, he's dead. Like he got hurt. He's dead. And it was the most amazing thing and the most thoughtless thing for him to be in the hospital, literally just mangled. And he's like, no, I have to talk to my friend. And so this is what they're ruining.
Yeah.
They're ruining friendships. They're ruining
families.
Families.
They're ruining dreams.
They are. They're ruining dreams. They're ruining dreams that kids are having, because they don't normally even have a social life. And now what social life can he even have? My daughter's supposed to start kindergarten. The only thing she wants is friends. She wants to just play with strangers all the time. And even before COVID, people didn't even want to play, and they acted weird about it. When you're at, indoor playgrounds or other places, they act like they just can't even, don't know each other. What is it going to be like now? When it was already bad,
They are trying to destroy our dreams.
for it to have,
They're trying to destroy dreams, because that's the basic foundation of reprogramming.
Dreams and hopes.
Destroy everything that you think of, and then they can fill the void with whatever they want to fill it with.
And here's the thing. A lot of kids too this year aren't going to graduate.
No, all the seniors.
Yeah, I have my nephew. He's not graduating. Well,
Actually, both of my brothers, one from college, one from high school.
It's
their whole
a
senior
blessing
years,
that Kristen gets to walk, but the whole class of 2020, they're not walking together. They broke them down into letter category, like A through E.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Something I don't remember. But
They just broke them down into 4 categories. And the fact is, you can't even have your whole family at your graduation. They're only letting 4 people in to watch you graduate.
New York's not even letting a graduation happen.
Yeah.
Their whole entire senior year is thrown out the window. They
Even
get no senior anything.
no
No senior
prom,
trips, no
no
prom,
prom,
no
no senior
walking, no
prom,
graduation, no nothing.
nothing.
My sister did get. They are trying their best to recognize the seniors because
That's
everyone got their things in their yard today, and
Yeah, Coach Moore and his wife this morning went around to the seniors' houses, and it wasn't in our yard 2 days ago, but when my mom woke up
no, they did it this morning. While
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't there 2 days ago, but when my mom woke up this morning, and outside of our house says a Masson Tiger senior lives here, class of 2020.
You guys know you can sponsor a senior, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
So if you go into like your Facebook,
Yeah.
or if you call the high school or get in touch with like either your friend's high school, your nephew, or whoever, like family member that's graduating of a senior, or your own alma mater or whatever, you can sponsor a senior through them, and you can send them like cards or gifts or whatever you want,
That's
just
wonderful.
to show that
I heard that
you
a
support them.
principal had traveled around Texas and literally visited every senior's home and spent time with them and told them
That's
how
amazing.
it took him and his wife. They went over 800 miles, and it took a few days for them to go to everybody's house, but they literally went and spent time with every graduating senior.
That's
And
awesome.
you know, we always slight high schoolers, and especially in the senior year, we act like, oh, well, you're pretty much adults anyway. But this was a rite of passage that they have lost. Anywhere
yeah,
from
with my daughter, she, you know,
Guys, I'm
she's
not trying to be this person, okay? But April in my home, okay? April is a huge month, okay? April is David's birthday. April is Easter. April is my husband's birthday. April is my birthday. We totally missed everything.
April is my son's birthday and my mom's.
April's my mom's birthday.
Yeah.
Me and my husband couldn't even go out to eat for our birthdays. We couldn't order anything even in because where we live, everything closes at 7 o'clock, and by the time each one of us were done with work on our birthdays, guess what? Everything's closed. David, usually for his birthday, we do things like last year. What David wanted for his birthday, believe it or not, was he wanted a day off the homestead, a whole day of no responsibility, just going and being himself and having some luxuries he doesn't have, such as cable television, air conditioning, and a pool.
Right.
So we went and rented a hotel room that had a whirlpool in it and
Nice.
a whole nine. And he had the greatest birthday, he said, ever. And it was great. We couldn't even do that for him because the hotels are closed.
Yep.
Wow.
We couldn't even go buy him gifts because, unfortunately, we didn't have the money because we weren't working.
Right.
Hey, Scarlet, I have a question.
Good night, Casimiro.
When was the last time we all said a freaking prayer together?
It's been a little while.
You want to do one?
Yeah. Let's
Uh-oh.
do it.
Oh
You
no.
drinking that?
Come here.
All right. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you right now in the midst of tragedy, in the midst of hurt, in the midst of a just complete confusion. But Lord, we just ask you to be in the midst of it. Touch families that are affected by it, touch the seniors, and let them know that their accomplishment is deserved and well done. We ask you to touch our governors that this stuff just stops, that the truth will be known, and just to know that you're here with us. We thank you, we praise you, we honor you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen, Dwayne. You know, I think it's just terrible. You know, kids and families' dreams are being stolen from them.
I didn't know you were deep in writing.
When do people at a certain point give up? When do at a certain point they feel like there's nothing worth living for?
And look at all of the people that could be very similar to, like David, for instance, who literally just had experienced death, have thought to come back from that, to then be told, you're on lockdown, don't leave your house. The boy's been on lockdown for 3 months already.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he's been in lockdown since February.
You know, look at the kids that have mental issues and they've never known. Like Ali was saying earlier, you know, the people that's never known they had mental health, anxiety, depression.
Yeah, this is definitely killing some, like the anxiety, the mental stress of kids too. Like, yeah, kids are
right. Like a buddy of mine called me from the fire station the one night, and he went like, "Dude, I can't do this no more." He was like, "I don't know how many kids I'm transporting to a psych hospital each night." He said the one night he got 18 calls in a night because kids 8, 9, 10, 11 years old were just wanting to die.
We're not meant to live in isolation like this. That's not who we are.
Humans aren't made to do this at all. Humans are made to stay with their tribe.
You know, and he was asking how much longer can I do this? He went like, and he said on the phone, he went like, I wish I could just put my gun to my head and just say enough is enough. And I went like, dude, it's not worth it. No. I know we see shit on a daily basis that fucks us up, especially during a quarantine.
Well, nobody's ever had to live through quarantine like this before.
Right. Well, another thing, when I was watching Graham Allen the other day, when I was watching his video, he brought up about people, and you know, everyone's talking about the coronavirus and everything, but what the media is not focusing on is how the suicide rate has went up throughout the United States, how domestic violence has went up throughout the United States because people being at home like with their abusers or have become. Can I see my phone for a minute, please? Because I want to pull out a number, please. Or have now, since they've been locked home, you know, everyone on lockdown and staying home together, becoming violent and everything, and them numbers are staying out of the media.
You know, and I want to say this
done on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Done, and they need to respond, and you're yelling.
Sorry, and I want to say this from, hold on, because this is, give me a minute, because we're on the subject of suicide, but give me a minute. If you guys are feeling suicidal and you guys are feeling like you can't do this no more, there's numbers out there. 1-800-273-8255 is the National Suicide Hotline. If you don't want to talk, if you can't talk about it, there's a
What's the number again? Can you say it again?
It is 1-800-273-8255. Or if you guys can't talk about it, there is a texting line, 741-741-4HOPE. There's people out there. I have a suicide prevention page on Facebook, and I'll send Scarlet the link of it. My mother's a part of it. I'm a part of it. We have so many people. Scarlet's a part of it.
We had them on the other night. The Facebook group, The Lie is Dead.
The Lie is Dead. Michael Bodine and Delana Bodine, they're there. You know, it's not worth ending your life, because let me tell you something from experience. I know how it feels when a person takes their life. It's a long-term devastating effect.
It is. It really is.
I know both. Well, hold on. But it leaves an impacting statement on your life. And to just give you a little bit of mine, I almost accidentally committed suicide. I went to hang myself. I went to come out of the tree, and I slipped and fell.
That's not one.
I thought that was the one.
No. It was when you put the belt around your neck and it was you grabbed the wrong belt and you went to change your mind about it in the class. You didn't know the clasp and if the nurse was, and if whoever your cabin person was, if you only had about 2 more minutes before, then if they wouldn't have found you within 2 more minutes, you would have snapped your neck.
I was wearing an old dress, a dress belt with a clasp.
Oh wow.
That was the belt. I grabbed the dress belt with a clasp, like what the Marines wear, the dress blue belts.
Mhm.
And I grabbed one of them, thinking it was my other belt that just you put through a hole. And when I came out, it clasped on me.
What he's trying to say, if you guys can hear me, is Darren was having a really hard time and he went to hang himself and he grabbed the wrong belt and put it through a bar in the closet and went to hang himself. Well,
It was a tree.
It was in the closet.
It was a tree.
And he changed his mind. Well, the clasp on it had tightened and he wasn't familiar with it. And when the house person, their cabin person, found him, he was blue. He was almost non-responsive. And then when they got him to the emergency room, they said that he only had about another 2 to 3 minutes to live, and that if he would have died, they would have ruled it as an accidental suicide.
In Scarlet, the number 741 for hope. There's another 741 in there.
So
it's
something that people struggle with. Mental health ain't no joke, and a lot of people don't know they have it. But also, with that being said, is that kids grow up that their parents know that there's something wrong, that they have depression or something, but the parents don't want to do nothing about it, and the kids just grow up believing that they're bad or just something's not right with them, or that everything is going to be okay. And then you have some kind of tragedy or something like this happens, and they don't know what depression looks like, they don't know what anxiety looks like, and they don't know what anything looks like or anything is. And when you're sitting in a dark room and you can't control your thoughts and all of that sets in, day after day, and you're told that you can't talk about your feelings or that you're going crazy or whatever the case may be, people are killing themselves because they don't know what else to do. And even if they could do anything right now, hospitals ain't taking people for suicidal thoughts. Crisis centers ain't taking people for suicidal thoughts. They've come up with so many new numbers now for a suicide hotline because of them constantly ringing busy. The suicide rate is up. The domestic violence rate is up.
Way up.
Being stuck inside your house with an abuser, that's not the bright ideal of things. But also, there's new domestic violence cases because of being on lockdown is bringing out violence, and not just men, but it's men and women against their spouses, against their kids. And there's right now the domestic violence, the child abuse right now is going through the roof on all the parents homeschooling and can't get their kids to do anything at home. Or so much has changed. Like from the time I was in school, my daughter graduates this year, but let me tell you, when that little girl was in 3rd grade, I could not help that girl with her math.
Right.
Because it had changed so much, and parents are struggling to get their kids to learn because, come on, what kid is going to...
Kids don't listen to us.
Right?
Don't listen. We got proof positive right here on the screen.
So even the child of, the abuse rate for kids is going through the roof too. I know a friend, she has it. She's not hitting any of her kids, but she's trying to homeschool 3 of them.
Yeah, I have 4 kids at home. My oldest is 12, and my 6-year-old who's in first grade is special needs. So I
I
can't
see
just.
one of them.
Yeah, well, she's
We got
2
milky. We got
almost.
milky.
Mm-hmm.
My friend
And then
is-
I have a 4-year-old, so I can't just leave my 6-year-old to do his work independently because he can't.
Right.
That's
Right. These are combined. And what are they going to do about, especially was your son on IEP?
We just did a Zoom to get his IEP finalized.
Oh, did you? Okay, so
Yeah.
then here's my thing. I've had IEP since my kid was 3. I'm wondering now, how are they going to be legally able to fulfill the IEP when it's supposed to have special therapies, special time for therapies, and the one-on-one?
They should be considered essential. So what's happening is that I have his ABA come over every day when she's supposed to come over. So she's coming over every day. And then we have on his special days where he has to do speech, he does that once a week through Zoom. And then he has another one that he does every day through the week. So on Zoom.
you
So
brought up-
far it's just
They
been
don't even
Zoom.
give me that option to do it. They want me to do it. They send me, oh, here's what we should do for speech this week.
Yes,
No,
you
that's not how
brought up
that's supposed to work.
a good thing that I just thought of, because Dwayne was under an IEP, and then when my daughter was in preschool, she had learning anxiety.
Right.
So she was under an IEP. I am extremely familiar with them damn things.
You
I
become an
do not miss them at all whatsoever. But they're supposed to be every child that is
Can you
on
pin that, Scarlet? That's the group.
every child that is on an IEP is supposed to get tested at the end of every year.
Yeah.
How is the IEPs going to look like at the beginning of
Next year.
school year?
Yeah.
When none of the goals have been met, none of the goals have even been technically worked on, and they're the ones that are supposed to test in a controlled environment for this.
Yeah, and not only that, like if you find out, say you have a child that's in 3rd grade, and I have fought with Maslin City Schools, I mean, and it takes a fight. If you find out that when your child is in 3rd or 4th grade that they need an IEP, you can get it set up, but it doesn't take place until the following year unless you fight about it. And even fighting about it can take a month to 2 months. You know,
I was fighting for my son's IEP for it's been a whole year we've been fighting. It's been insane.
Girl, let me tell you, I have fought when it came to Dwayne and his mental health and his learning and IEP. I tell you what, I walked into Maslin City Middle School. I had all his healthcare providers. I had 3 people from Ohio Board of Education come down. I had a parent advocate with me. I had someone from Stark County Board of Education. I got Ohio Legal Rights involved. I had one of their attorneys and the attorney that they provided for me. I walked into this school with like 15 people to get what I needed for my child because they wanted to push it off and say, well, you know, for one, the principal that used to be an IEP specialist at the time didn't want the behavioral classes. She was trying to tell, you know, that Dwayne had to be homeschooled, and I fought this school district with everything that I had, and they didn't want to transfer his IEP. They didn't want to, you know, do this or that, and so they found out quick and in a hurry, no, this is the way that things are going to be done, because to me, schools are like governments or whatever. If you let them bully you or bulldoze over you, if you don't stand up, they're going to. And it's what a lot of parents...
They don't fight back.
Yeah, we're going to have to fight for it because, like I said, they could be figuring out a way to have his aides maybe, you know, Zoom calling with him during the day or doing something where they're, you know, there's got to be something that they can figure out because these kids can't be without the special help that they actually need for months are going to lose all the skills that they have. They're trying to get them to also do extended school year ESY, but how are we going to do that? It's hard enough for me to get him engaged on the computer, let alone sit there, do his work, and then they send all these worksheets. They have like 7 different classes a day. It's like he's an adult, and he's a special needs student.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, and I found this out with all the counseling that I've did with Dwayne and all the mental health people that I had for him, is people with kids with special needs, rather it's ADD, ADHD, bipolar, a learning disability, whatever the case may be, it is scientifically proven that staring at a computer screen or even a TV or a phone can overstimulate your brain to where you cannot learn. So
Oh my gosh, it is so bad. So bad.
Everyone, all these kids are being homeschooled and expected to be on the computer for 8 hours a day because some schools are monitoring, putting a number in and monitoring how long that child is on the computer and getting their work.
Speaking of which, I didn't even submit his homework today.
Here's the thing too, is like,
Such a bad mom.
I'm sorry.
But I just got my CDCA.
Chemical dependent counseling assistant.
Yeah, I just got my CDCA license.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
I did that over the computer. I did 12 classes over the computer, and I tell you what, never again in my life, because that was the hardest shit that I've ever done.
You know what?
Because there's a difference between in the classroom and on the computer, and that's what people don't understand. And you're supposed to get kids without special needs to sit down and learn something at home. Then you have kids with special needs, and like I was saying, a friend of mine, she's got 3 kids. 1 biologically hers, 2 are her stepkids, or bonus kids, as I would like to say. One of them has ADD. The other one has severe ADHD and can't sit down. And the other one has some kind of mental health, and she's struggling.
Yeah.
And then trying to reach out to the schools and getting someone to answer you for these kids. And how is that going to make your kids feel?
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, and I hate saying this, let alone thinking it or anything, because it breaks my heart. The adult rate for suicide is starting to come out. What's the child suicide rate going to look like?
Yep.
Wow.
It's going to be exponential.
Right.
Lose potentially a good chunk of a generation because they've been so connected physically, but they've been not, because even when they're together, they're like this, right? But at the same time, now they have no social life, and the biggest part of childhood and growing up and getting older is spending time with your friends and developing those relationships outside of home.
Right, and like I'm gonna say this, like.
I'm going to bring David up in that because after all of this happened and I started going back to work, he started going because he couldn't be left alone. He needed constant monitoring, so I couldn't just go back to work. And then all the coronavirus stuff happened, and my husband's job for a short span was like in question. Nobody knew if he was essential, not essential. We didn't know if he was going to be allowed to work, not allowed to work. His boss wasn't working at the time. And then he broke his ribs, and he got the dog bite, and then he couldn't work. And I had to go back to work. And before he got the dog bite and everything, and we were trying to figure everything out, I had to go back to work. It was time. We needed money. And my boss at work, her mother is at home doing nothing and needed a grandbaby to love. And my son needed a grandmother here in Colorado. And we hooked them up, and they were having the best of relationship. And boom, COVID-19. And now it has been 4 weeks, over 4 weeks, that David hasn't been able to see her. Do you know he sat here and cried yesterday, going, my grandmother didn't come see me when I died, when I almost died. flying in to see me. I get a grandma here in Colorado that's present and wants to do things with me, and now I can't go see her. They've robbed me of everything, Mom. They took Easter, they took my birthday, they took your birthday, they took Dad's birthday, they took my grandma. They've taken everything from me.
That's so sad.
I just want to say I am so sorry to hear that, and I'll be praying for your son.
Yeah.
You know, and another thing that I pray for too is, you know, I know it's hard on us adults, but my heart right now really goes out to all of our kids, and especially the younger ones, the ones that are in middle school, because they can't deal with this. They, you know, everything they've been, like she just said with her son, everyone's stripped of everything, and the suicide rate for them is going to go up. And not only that, parents trying to homeschool them, and they get restless. How many deaths do we get to have with just parents?
And was like, he honestly looked at me and was like, why did God even save me for this?
Oh, baby.
That's
like, if the world was just going to fall apart and this is what it was going to be, why did he let me stay here? Am I punished?
Oh.
No, baby. That's so sad.
you know what?
And how many?
Oh, can you hug him for me, please? I can't take it.
Yes, Red will. And you know, think about how many kids across the country feel like this. That is my biggest concern, is that he's not the only one.
Yeah.
And even adults are probably having a hard time. Those who are already socially disconnected, those who already didn't have a secure group of people to lean on.
Out there in the rural area, you know, like, we don't have very many people that we get to talk to begin with.
True.
Our closest neighbors aren't that close. Okay, so like, normally on a normal basis, you go to town, you run into somebody you know, you're like, oh my God, hi! Holy shit, it's another person that I can have an adult conversation with, right? God.
That was us at the rally today. Like, I legit hugged everyone.
Right, and you know, like, here's the thing too. I remember the night that everything happened with David, because Red texted me, and then I called Scarlet, and it was a long week freaking journey from there. You know, but for this to happen and him to ask, why did God even save me for this?
That breaks my heart.
That's so sad.
crushes, you know, that crushes a lot of people, especially the people that was there. You know, like, even long distance there, praying for Red and praying for David. You know, I remember me and Scarlet broke down over the phone together because of that, because that's family, that's Red. You know, me and her were on the phone for a couple hours that same night going, like, what are we going to do? Just talking about every possible thing that, you know, that we all kind of had to prepare ourselves for.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I called my mom that night crying because I was so worried about Red. You know, I didn't even know Red that long, you know, and I tell Red and Scarlet this all the time. Them are two other women that I will honestly put the trust of my life in their hands.
That's amazing.
You know, and I love these two women because they are just so. If it wasn't for these two women and my mother, you know, I wouldn't be making it through this damn quarantine. You know, because I've called
True
Scarlet.
friends and true loyalty is really hard to find. So it's good that you found, you know, good, loyal, good-hearted, good-souled people to be in your corner.
And that's what he needs, because Dwayne has a tendency of having a lot of toxic people in his life.
You know, and like, I called Scarlet the one night during this quarantine, and my mom doesn't know this, but she will now. I called Scarlet crying. I'm like, I'm just ready to be done. I went through so much hell these past 3 months, and now this. I'm trapped in my fucking home. I can't go see my mom. I was worried about seeing my son. Like, can I get to my son? You know, and like, I told Scarlet, like, I'm fucking done. I'm just ready to die. And she went like, Dwayne, whoa, wait a minute. You know, but I feel where all these people are coming from, especially parents, you know, that are long distance.
We don't even know if we're gonna get my stepson this summer.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to
They're
say.
requiring you to wear masks now. Like that's what they're talking about on. It was like on the news, I think, a couple days ago that the airlines were going to require masks and temperature checks, and if they require like a vaccine or some kind of like what is that, like a
Immunity
certificate of
passport.
travel or something, like
Yeah,
that's going to be insane.
Yeah.
And that's another thing with, with the kids, the younger ones, that were like your toddlers and stuff. What about them that live in divided homes that they go see their parent every other weekend?
No, that's so
And,
sad.
missing the other one, or a lot of times with custody orders, here in Ohio with some of them, if you're under a certain age, your visitation is pretty much like every Wednesday from a certain time to a certain time, and then every other weekend, and you take these infants and toddlers away from their parent. Where is that leaving?
The non-custodial parent.
Yeah, where's that leaving? That connection, that bond, and
Doesn't
then
make sense. They're taking babies
They
from
never
mothers.
cared about that.
Yes.
Yeah, they're taking babies from mothers when they're born.
They are.
I wish a doctor would.
let me tell you,
Test positive 2 weeks. They're taking your baby. And
They're
where is
requiring COVID testing when you go in to have your baby.
what?
Yes.
I tell
It's
you what,
happening here in
and
Florida.
I'm sorry because I look completely like hell right now. But I tell you what, and I'm sorry for my language, let a motherfucker try to
I
take
was
my
just
baby
gonna say that.
away from me. Because let me tell you, I will come up off. No, wow, don't know.
No.
I will be in jail. Don't wait.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're gonna have to put me in jail because that whole hospital's gonna know, and then something's gonna happen. Because there's no way that you're gonna take the baby from me for 2 weeks, and say, "Oh, maybe you can pump, and we'll give the baby the milk."
Oh hell
The
no!
most important bond in life is the bond between mother and baby.
Yeah,
This is the agenda, though, you guys. They're showing you. They're trying to separate the family unit.
True.
Yeah, when I had Dwayne, he was born with a light touch of bronchitis.
Right.
And he had to be incubated when he was born. I had my very first seizure 16 hours after he was born.
Which almost killed me.
But they left him in my room. Just him alone being born with bronchitis. When I had my daughter, she almost died. She had a bowel movement in the birth canal. So there was a helicopter waiting for her. There was an ambulance waiting to transport me. I almost hemorrhaged to death, but after that, my daughter wasn't allowed to breathe or cry. They stopped her from breathing for like the first 2 minutes of her life until they got her mouth and her lungs cleared out because of the bowel movement and everything. And you're going to tell me you're going to take my child from me for two weeks after that? No, you're going to hand me my child because bleeding or not, and I had an episiotomy with Dwayne, and sorry if this is like too much info, I will come up off a fucking bed. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
My babies are my world. And yes,
I will have my baby free birth at home by myself with no one there before I would walk into a hospital and submit to a COVID test and have you take my kid.
Because this is the way that I look at it. This earth goes, back millions and millions of years, and people were having babies at homes before hospitals were even built.
Yep.
But let me tell you this too.
Body knows what to do, and it goes back to that conversation that we were having with Red about where the origins of medicine come from, because that's when they wanted to remove that. They want women to forget that we helped each other and that we had midwives and people in our communities that would help us have a baby and get us.
And that's what I was saying, like what my great grandma said. She did not. My great grandmother was 100% Indian, and I don't remember what tribe or which one, but she did not believe in doctors. She did not believe in modern medicine. She always said, and I didn't understand growing up. I didn't, how we don't understand a lot of things until we become an adult.
Yep.
But she always said anything to heal us is either inside of, if it's not inside ourselves to heal ourselves, we will find it in the ground. You just have to look.
And you know, and let me say this,
when my stepsister was in college a few years back for nursing, it was statistically proven years ago that people from that era that don't go to doctors and don't take modern medicine like we do, their life is a whole lot longer than ours. That's why we're seeing people live to 100, 102.
Yep.
If I even get close to 100, someone just off me, but
you know,
but it's true. The way that things were 100 years ago, 200 years ago, before chemicals came around and everything was done with herbs.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
So I don't know. It's just.
Were you able to follow Allie? I don't know if you were around then.
Oh, that's Billy. This is Dwayne's mom.
Oh, Dwayne's mom. So you know that we did all of David's stuff holistically, right?
Yep. They treated him 100% holistically.
No, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I treated him so much holistically that when we went back for his very first revisit at the actual children's hospital in Colorado Springs, Colorado, they took his medication list that is printed on, every patient file. They removed his oxycodone, they removed aspirin, they removed neosporin, and they replaced them with arnica, kratom, and manuka honey.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow.
And they approved that. And they were fine because they saw the results. They couldn't deny or argue what was happening.
A lot of doctors are doing that now. And it's gotten more popular since the CBD oils and stuff, because a lot of doctors and places were against all of that and doing that to the point that they would call children's services on you. But since the CBD oil and all of that has come out, doctors are seeing, a different switch and being able to take people off of antidepressants and pain medicine and stuff like that. However, I am not one of them people with my seizure medicines because I can't go under one of them studies or trials to see what oils and stuff works, because off my medicine, I'll have a seizure within 3 days.
Right.
But it's amazing, and they want to say that it's all new. No, it's not new.
Mm-mm.
It's stuff that people have been doing
for decades.
For decades.
Well,
and you go in your backyard or
Not only did what?
your backyard or your nearest.
To put it on his medication list, but I actually got them to show, okay, we had him prescribed to take this much oxycodone. They replaced oxycodone with kratom.
Right.
And that has worked superbly. And David,
Yeah, she actually got them to admit that these things were working in his file.
Oh, wow. That's good.
That's amazing.
Hey, Red, do you have any pictures of David on your Facebook from recently?
Maybe. Go look.
What?
Yeah, and it's funny how medical, they want to say that it's all new. No, because
This is him now.
I am.
Pictures that I showed you. These are pictures of David now.
Oh, he's so cute.
He thinks he's cute too.
I'll tell you what, I've talked to him and Scarlet and
He knows he's cute. Yeah, you're right, Red. He knows.
Yeah, I was about to say he knows he is in that one picture he just showed me. Oh yeah.
when Scarlet and Red told me that he acts like an adult, oh boy, he has the mindset of like a 60-year-old.
Yeah, he's an old man.
Grumpy old man.
He is a grumpy old man. He is. It's true.
I had so much fun talking to him.
He is a good kid, and this is what I'm concerned for, though. How many people don't have the coping mechanisms? How many people
So many.
don't have, the right tools in place to help people? We're sitting on, right now, where they're talking about New Mexico governor seals off roads in hard-hit city. Jersey Shore towns try to keep outsiders away. Police arrest 3 protesters and cite dozens at Hawaii rally. We're getting to a point where they're pushing everybody away. They're telling everybody, don't take natural things, don't do natural things. And yet we have ways to show that this is not the case. We have ways to show that we can together create something bigger and better if we just focus on what we need to heal.
Right.
And access to those things at this point. That's been half of the problem. You can't get access to the herbs. You can't get access to, you can't find these things on the shelves anymore. Every tool we've had up until this point has been taken away. And that's why we kind of have to have a whole new mindset and learning new skills and learning what herbs and what homeopathy can work for us. Because if we think that somebody's going to come save us, or if we don't think that we don't end up having to be like Red and take our health completely into our own hands, Red and I have healed some of our chronic health issues through natural healing.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
The FDA is trying to get rid of homeopathy. If you follow Americans for Homeopathy Choice, they have extended commenting on the FDA format. Yeah, in order for you to make comments, and they're trying to get 100,000 comments.
Good, and I hope people go and try to find it. We'll try to find the link.
To be fair,
go ahead.
I do have to be fair in the statement that it was very hard for the doctors to fight with me about the care and treatment of David, because I do actually have a shit ton of white mass paper, but according to everybody else, it means I'm a pretty important person. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I have certification after certification after certification after certification. Okay, so when my kid's in the hospital and they're like, well, what is, how can you determine that you want to report? Because I am a freaking herbologist. I'm a certified lifetime registered holistic practitioner. I'm a lifetime certified metaphysician through World Metaphysics Association. I am a 9 different modality Reiki master. I do, I'm certified in sound therapy. I'm certified in acupressure. I'm certified in
hypnosis,
emotion code therapy. I'm certified in so much crap.
Hypnosis. You missed hypnosis.
Oh yeah, hypnosis. Dude, I literally have so many freaking certifications. I can't even keep track of them. I have to literally read them off.
That's crazy.
Is it you got the doctors to do that because of the amount of kickback that they get for the medicine that they prescribe, and doctors can see that they don't get a kickback from that, and I have a round and round. But when I was in college in the chemical dependency class and just go on for social work, there's things that you learn in statistics and everything, and they get a kickback from.
Yes, absolutely they do. But it's really, really hard to get a kickback for something that works when every time you give it to the child, he throws it up.
Yeah, it was really hard because he was getting physically ill from like their allopathic medications. And so they kind of just took him off, and he didn't want it anymore too. He's like, I'm done taking it. And he did.
And you can't make me. He told them that. He was like, I'm done with it, and you can't make me take it.
Yep. And he was over it.
Wow.
So we had to find a new way really quick. And so that's why I tell people, especially with COVID-19, start researching. We did a whole show of, herbs that you can use for the lungs and what specifically you need. And there are many different herbal remedies that are available now.
I did do a whole show about the hot herbs.
We did, about hot herbs and what you need for COVID-19 and why each herb is effective for the functions for the lungs and this system and that system. It's time to take health into our own hands. It's time to take freedom into our own hands. It's time to take self-sufficiency into our own hands. We need to plant gardens, no matter if we have zero space or not. We need to grow food. We need to share. We need to turn cooperatives into our neighborhoods. We need to help with homeschooling with each other and families and groups. And we need to create this, I guess if we're going to be pushed into a new world, let's create a way to survive it. Let's create our own arc and set ourselves up to actually have success. You know,
Amen, sister.
Come on.
You know, to give you all more an idea of, you know, how much David has been raised in a holistic, real world scenario. You know, we don't hide anything from David. You know, he's more than aware of why we do not vaccinate. He lives with his brother. He's witnessed what vaccination does. He sees his brother's vaccine injury. And when that boy came out from full on life support, and then finally pulled his breathing tube, and they finally let him speak his first words, he looked at me and said, "You didn't let them vaccinate me, right, Mom?"
Yep.
Wow.
And I'll tell you this, holistic stuff works.
Yes,
Because
it does.
when I was in Tennessee, I was like dead sick for like 5 days. And Scarlet and them was telling me to get stuff from the store and start putting onions in your socks at night. You know, start taking kratom, start taking this, start drinking this, start doing that. And I'm going like, what the?
Yeah.
And like, I thought she was crazy. I put onions on my socks one night, and the next thing I know,
He looked at those doctors and nurses right then and there after I said, "No, son, I didn't." He looked at the doctors and nurses and he said, "Here in the state of Colorado, I know you'll only listen to me. This is not my parents and this is me. Do not give me any vaccination. And this is non-negotiable."
Yep.
Good for him.
Yeah, he definitely stood up for himself. But, you know, something like this, anybody can go out. If you're wondering, like, especially because we keep talking about homeopathy, if you don't know what it is, you're wondering where you start, what to do, something like this, the small kit from homeopathyworld.com. Okay, this is the kit. And, oh, the other one's not going to show up because of the green screen. Dang it. It's going to disappear. See? But this one is basically, it's the same remedies that are in this one. And you get 36 different remedies, and they're at 30C dilutions. It has some of the most popular ones for ailments and things that could happen in your home. It also comes with a small basic guide, you know, to explain some of the issues and concerns. And there's a few really good books on homeopathyworld.com that explain what you can use. And then also there's one for emergencies and accidents, or if you need a little bit more. And these ones are 200 C dilutions. So they're a little bit stronger. But if you're looking for something that, you know, where do I even start with homeopathy? That's where you start. You get a small kit. You try to get as many remedies as you can so that you can try and test and use.
And follow different people on podcasts. Like I know Joette Calabrese, she does a podcast. There's a couple of other women that do, I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I think Susan Myers or something like that.
Right.
She does some podcasts on Facebook, like every Monday or something.
Oh,
or you could just type it in like a search engine and pull up like homeopathy podcast and you'll be able to find them, and they give all kinds of information. It's great.
It's wonderful. And it's just a nice place to start to learn about how this could help your body, how you can start healing yourself, how you can help with different ailments. I mean, you know, just even for accidents or emergencies, you know, being, you know, choking,
Now,
even
also,
collapse.
I
There's
feel
things
the
to
need
use.
to give out the side warning here. There's
It is medication.
Mhm.
So the
Sorry,
first one
Brad.
is a law-abiding one, okay?
Right.
So just to cover our own asses, none of us are doctors, and we are
Yes,
not
we're not giving medical advice.
doctor or go against your doctor or replace any of your medications, okay?
No.
That's the first thing I'm going to say.
Thank you.
I'm also
Thank you,
going
Red.
to tell people that anyone who is on big pharma, chemical, synthetic anything, who wants to do herbs, please understand that you may need to take that herb for up to a month before you see a result, because your body is screwed up from the other stuff that you've had in it, and you've got to get all that out of it before this new can even try to work for you.
True.
Amen.
That is true. You know, and so we got to start, and we're going to start doing that too. I was actually going to start up Preparedness Week again. We had done Preparedness Week in the past before, and we're going to do it again. And this time during Preparedness Week, we're going to talk about different remedies, different things that we can use to help ourselves in emergencies, in first aid situations, and for COVID. We're also going to have someone to come on and talk about permaculture and how that can help all of us and what we can learn from permaculture and how you can, even in an urban environment, set up your own permaculture oasis and survive and thrive during this time.
I'm gonna throw it in there for the naysayers and the people who are like, oh yeah, Red, what do you know? I am actually a certified holistic detoxification coach. Okay, so when I say I know that it takes up to a month to get this crap out of your system, some of the medications they give you people takes over a year to get out of your system, over a year.
Pain meds take a year.
What it's done to you.
Psych meds also can take up to a year to get fully out of your system.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
A year to get rid of their side effects. A year to get rid of what
to balance your serotonin back and all that.
Back to its own natural state.
Yep.
Homeostasis.
Yep. Back to homeostasis. And that's where we need to go in life and in general. And so with that being said, we've been on for quite a few hours here tonight on Clarity After Dark. I think we're going to wrap it up here.
It's like 4 a.m. by me.
You know, it is. It's
it's 3:17 now.
Yeah, you guys are both on the East Coast. Red's Mountain Standard Time, and I'm Central. We've got a lot of things to be paying attention for right now. We need to pay attention to where this is going. You know, they're talking about $30 trillion in debt by autumn. What is that going to look like for us?
I do all that.
You know, what is this going to, you do all that, Red. You do make your own paint and soap and all these things. But what is that going to look like? You know, I am very concerned that at this point, we're going to need something. We're going to need to come up with plans. We're going to need to really look into things. And I highly recommend that people stay on top of the headlines. You know, there's some interesting activity that's happening. Such like Elon Musk is selling all of his personal belongings. Why? Yeah, go check the Drudge Report before you go to bed, the headlines. You know.
Oh, and before we go, a little Bill Gates update here. I don't know how many of you know this or not, but that Beyond Meat company is funded and founded by Bill Gates and Leonardo DiCaprio, and they just filed to be put into the stock market. Just so you're all aware.
So they'll be a publicly traded company. Lovely.
Yes. And they expect to be trading at $15 to $21 a share.
What?
Oh, wow.
On first public offering, they must think this is actually going to really work because they know all the food's going to disappear. So how easy will it be to then say, oh, now we have this fake lab meat because there is no more meat because we had to kill all the animals and we're sorry. And this is
I don't trust their meat though, man. Like, have you looked into that? Like deep enough?
It's like hemoglobin, which is like a bleeding soy. And it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. It's
and you guys heard about them cloning like famous people and making them into like sausage, right?
Yep, we did hear about that. We did hear about
disgusting. Yeah, like isn't Ellen DeGeneres supposed to be like salami or something?
Yes, exactly.
That's disgusting.
And so this is what we're going to have to deal with. You know, do they know something more than what we know?
Yeah, it seems like they know a lot.
Collapse. And this is why they're setting themselves up in the right positions. You know, we've got this Operation Warp Speed with the quaxine that they're talking about. They're going to have enough doses to have all of America quaxine by
the world.
Yeah,
7
and they want all
billion.
the world. Bill Gates wants 7 billion doses to be distributed so that the virus can be over. But
First of all, I did not elect that man, and he is not a
and
doctor.
he's not a doctor. Red and I 2 years ago talked about on our show a company that was off of the East Coast, that one of the companies is involved now with creating the coronavirus vaccine. They were able to create a clean vaccine that had no adjuvants, no heavy metals, no dirty cells or anything like that. They were going to be able to create it, and it affects your RNA, and they would be able to make 800 vaccines an hour out of this technology. This is what I believe Operation Warp Speed is being driven by.
You know, Scarlet, you and I talked about the vaccines a few weeks ago. You know, what are they going to do? Not that I would have it anyway.
Right.
But what are they going to do with people like me? I can't have vaccines. I can't have the flu vaccine. I can't have an ammonia vaccine. I can't. You know,
they're going to guilt trip everybody into getting it and then blame the outbreaks that's happening on to, no, I mean, to protect you, to protect the immunocompromised, because that's what they're doing, right? They're making everybody stay in the house and wear a mask because you're protecting the vulnerable. When it comes to vaccines, it's the same thing. Everyone has to get it to protect the vulnerable. And then those that don't get it are going to be labeled as terrorists, and the FBI is going to come and lock us all away.
Right. Yeah. Because I started having seizures 16 hours after I had Dwayne. Right. Never had one in my life until after I had him.
Did you have an epidural?
No, I had both of my kids natural.
Okay.
And at first they were saying that they thought that it was the stress of me having him because I had him natural and I had to have an episiotomy done with him. So I felt everything, and he was over an 8-pound baby.
Right.
So
I had my daughter natural, and she was 10 pounds.
Oof, girl, no.
So they thought it was just like my body going into shock or whatever, but they don't know why I have them. I've had all the tests ran on me why I was having a seizure, and there's no abnormal activity in my brain. And after a few years, we found out that, a medicine that works for me, I still have breakthrough ones.
Right.
But the only thing over the counter I'm allowed to take is Advil. I mean, ibuprofen. I can take Advil, but I can't take.
All would kill your liver.
That's true.
I can't. Well, I'm pretty much stick with ibuprofen, but I can't take anything natural that has extra added ingredients or anything, because that'll throw me into a seizure. I can't take vaccines. I can't take anything that has a side effect of a seizure or convulsions.
Wow.
So, and it's all on my doctor's chart. So what are they going to do? And I'm not the only one that's out there.
No, there's a lot of immunocompromised people with, because that you would be considered immunocompromised.
And you can take this for however you want to take it. I'm just going to throw it out there. But it actually sounds like to me that you really need a birth trauma DNA crystalline Reiki treatment.
Yeah.
But that's just my personal opinion.
I have no idea what you just spoke.
That would make sense
to me, because I have no idea what you just said, and I'm sorry.
No,
Can you break that down for me on what that is?
Okay. Birth trauma would be anything that you experienced during your own birth or during the birth of your children that would have went into your DNA and filed away as something that you may be on a conscious level or very unaware of, and it has gone into your DNA. Anything traumatic, whether it's happy, sad, angry, otherwise, will put a crystalline embedment within your DNA chain. That crystalline embedment within your DNA chain will pass through your DNA from generation to generation to generation to generation. Now, you say that your seizures began after having Dwayne, and that there's no actual real medical cause for them that they can find. There's something wrong in your brain. So to me, this states that you had a birth trauma that you are unaware of that has crystalline DNA embedded within your DNA chain link, and you need to have a Reiki energetic session to go through, find that crystalline embedment, and remove it from your DNA chain.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm coming to see you.
Yeah. The only thing I know about when I was born is that I just turned 41 a couple weeks ago, but I was born.
41 2 days ago.
Yep, Red. You guys are 3 days apart, you guys. So she's on.
I said a few days.
and then you were on Friday. So yeah, she's the 24th. You're the 21st of April.
Yeah. I was born like 2-3 months early, and when I was born, I was 2 pounds. I was 3 months old before I was able to leave the hospital.
I didn't even know any of that about you, but I can tell you now, just you can stop right there, because I can tell you right now that's exactly what your problem is.
Yep.
Okay, where are you at, and like, how do I get to you, or where the hell do I go to get something like that done? Because
We'll get you guys hooked up. We'll get you guys hooked up, and we could definitely do
I'm
that.
actually all the way in Colorado, love.
Yep, she's in Colorado, but there are things that you can do long distance.
But I can do all of that long distance.
Yep. So the
Energy knows no bounds.
that's true. That's
That
true.
is very true.
Yeah, so we'll get you guys hooked up, because I think it's important that people, especially if there is something that can, this is why they say like trauma can be, taken from, 6 generations. That's the crystalline embedment on your DNA. When you carry that.
I do believe that for the simple
And
fact
I am actually certified. I am an actual certified Reiki. Actually, it comes with my Kundalini Reiki, and it is called a booster Reiki that comes with it, which makes me then a master of these modalities of Reiki. And with Kundalini Reiki comes the birth trauma Reiki, the DNA embedment, crystalline embedment, and many, many, many others. There's so
That's
many.
so awesome.
See, I was wondering why I still love that up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and now I know my reason.
Right.
Well, another thing that it sounds like you may be in need of is an emotion code healing treatment. That can take many sessions, but that basically is the concept that every single thing that is wrong with you is going to lead back, no matter what it is, no matter what symptom physically that you have, it's going to lead me back to a physical solid organ inside of you. When it leads me back to that physical solid organ inside of you, I can connect that organ to what emotions run with that, and then those emotions can be labeled out. And when you have a reaction to those emotions that I label out, whichever ones you're having that reaction to is the base root of your actual problem, at which point then we can remove the problem and heal the symptom.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So Red's got a lot of skills, and we haven't.
I knew you guys were my people.
Hello.
Right?
Hello. Welcome. Glad you're here on the Freedom Revolution Network. We're glad to have you. That's all me and Red have been doing. We've been doing the same thing for 5 years. And so Red's been doing it a lot longer with all her certifications and things like that. But, we're here to try to help people understand new ways of living, new ways of having freedom, whether that's financially, mentally, spiritually, socially.
Oh my God.
What?
21 years.
Wow, Red. That's a long time. So, I mean,
I'm going to start calling you Dr. Red.
Right?
That's what I'm about to say.
Technically, actually, you can, because I am a registered metaphysician with the
Would
World
it be-
Metaphysical Association, which does actually give me the right to put doctor in my name.
That's true.
Would it be easier to say like what you're not certified in?
I know, probably. It would probably be easier to do that.
Pretty much. And I have got to see
There's
Red
a lot that I'm not
certifications
certified
in
There
person.
really is a lot.
So
That
I
is
know that they
amazing.
exist. Yeah. I got to see them. I got to see all of her certifications when I came and
Oh
visited
yeah,
her.
they're for real. Like Scarlet saw every single one of them, because she too, I think, up until she really saw them in person, was like, "Do you really have all of these?" And she can attest, I really do.
She really does have all of those. Yeah. And so, this is why we have read, when we go to the deep spiritual, and when we go into a lot of our talks and things, having that spiritual perspective and just some of the stuff that we've been able to do, even the transmutations we've done on the show, and just many different things.
I usually every year at the beginning of the year do a complete sound therapy Tibetan bowl session.
Yeah, we didn't do that, but
no,
Can we
because
do those more often?
Yeah, this year.
No, when you were listing off your certifications, I believed you. I have some people call it empath, some people call it different things, but I can pretty much tell with people, even strangers, if they're lying or if I just like their energy or whatever comes off. So not with everybody, but like having an in-depth conversation like now, if someone says something and if I feel that it's off, 9 times out of 10, it's normally off. There's something wrong, and I will start asking questions like, we're all on a web thing, or, and with the technology, if you don't believe someone, well, take a picture of that and send it to me.
Right.
I would be asking.
You can ask me as many questions as you want. It's like I tell everybody, if I don't know it, I'll go look it up in my notes. I have so much damn information. There's no possible human way for me to sit and be able to just rattle everything off.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was talking about your certificates and stuff when Scarlet was saying, yeah, they're real, that she's seen them and everything. I was just saying that I believed you because when you said that you were certified and all this, I didn't get that feeling.
You didn't get that feeling, that vibration, that it came from a place of untruth.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, and for anybody out there listening to all these certifications that Red has, by the way, Red does all of her services by donation only. No,
True.
That does not mean message Red and say, hey, Red, how much do you want for a donation? A donation is a donation, y'all.
True.
Okay? For services like I'm giving, a donation is a donation. There's no set amount. Okay, Pam, and I'm just throwing out a name. Okay, Pam, so don't take it personally. Pam would be equivalent to Lucy's $100. Okay?
Yeah.
There's no set here. Okay? I don't ask for any amount. What it's worth to you, what you think you can afford, what you can afford, this is what I'm asking. What I'm asking for is a token to show me that you're serious about your own well-being enough for me to be serious enough to get involved to help you.
That makes sense.
You or don't ask me to help you.
Even if it's like a donation of $5?
I've had people give me
Hold on. I don't know if you can see Dwayne or not, but there you go.
Yes, Dwayne.
Donation.
Donation. If you try to smack your mama back, I will knock you through the
Because
I'll come get you, Dwayne.
Because she just said everything that she just said, and you said, you know what?
You don't listen. Yes, thank you. Good. Because that's sometimes I want to do that, and I'm not there. And so,
you know what, girl? Just message me. I'll video.
You know what? Shut your belly of a mad black woman ass
you know
up.
what, girl?
No, look, Dwayne, you need it sometimes. You don't listen.
Do you know what, damn it? I didn't fucking do nothing. I just asked a damn question. I got smacked. So
But a donation is a donation. It's an energy exchange. What it comes down to, it's an energy exchange. And you should put as much value as you feel it's helping you, that you can feel that you could give away.
You know what? Because he just doesn't listen. That is his problem.
Yep.
If he would have been listening, he would have known.
Instead of scrolling on his phone.
If he would have been listening, he would have known how stupid the question was.
Right. Dwayne.
He'll be back. He's getting me something to drink.
Oh, he's going to pout. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Red. What were you going to say?
Yes, Red.
Dwayne.
Okay, now he's
Dwayne,
back.
you have a message.
Oh, you have a message, Dwayne.
Oh, no. I know who it is. No.
Okay, go ahead, Red.
If you were listening, you would have heard that the exact moment in which that you opened your mouth and asked that question
That made your mother.
Nope.
fuck you.
Stop.
at that exact moment of what donation meant. And this is why someone, which you know who, is so tired of dealing with you, because no matter how many times you're told, you don't listen.
And that is the message from the Archangel Michael for Dwayne. He singles out Dwayne and tells Red, like singles out
Does he really? That is so cool.
and goes to Red and is like, look.
That's my
That's
guardian
awesome.
angel. That's the one you
you're
really
like,
don't want to
look,
fuck with.
Dwayne, like, look. And like,
Okay,
Red
you know what? This is the
take-
first time. This is
Okay.
the first time since he's talked to me the last time, and it's been like 3 months since he said anything to me. So obviously, I'm doing something good.
Not right now.
Because your ass ain't listening.
Again, did you miss the message?
No, I didn't.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
You obviously just said you haven't been listening again, and yet you're like, oh, I must be doing something good. Did you even hear the message?
You better go light a damn candle and say a prayer to Saint Michael,
Yeah.
Archangel Michael.
Yeah.
Don't play.
White candle right there.
Don't play. You better light that.
Yes.
I'm getting goosies right now. You better light that.
That's
I
what I
think-
mean. And he's
I
got
think-
the spirits even singling him out, and he's still like,
You know what? Him and I go at it because this is how I am, and everyone has their own beliefs.
oh
But
yeah.
there is no watching anything paranormal in my house. There is nothing like The Conjuring or anything. And movies,
Even when I watch Ghost Adventures in your house all the time.
even like when set it on the other side.
Ow, fuck.
You're such a dipshit.
Stay there.
But
God, after.
when things like when movies are watched in my house, I'm like really not sure
I have
of.
a request from the Archangel Michael, so everyone
Oh.
needs to be quiet.
Oh,
because this is
snap.
not gonna stop.
Oh snap! Now you done let him in. Oh my goodness. Oh, Dwayne's gonna get yelled at. Okay, go ahead, Red.
Oh, actually, this is not even a request specific to Dwayne.
Oh, it's for everybody. Oh, okay.
Michael feels that he is being ignored
I feel
on
that.
a very large scale, which is not good, y'all. In case you don't know, this is not good. Okay? Not good.
That's all
And
he's
he
gonna.
feels
Oh, go ahead.
very ignored. And thus, he would like us to bring something back.
Oh, what would he like us to bring back?
He would like to be invited in.
Oh, okay.
Now, there is a process of inviting the angels in.
Yeah, and we went
I've
through
never
that
been
years
asked to
ago.
start this process before in my life, but you will specifically, there is a set thing that you do, candles that you light, fruit that you do, a list that you make, and it goes one person to one person to one person, and there are 4 angels that will travel. The
We
Archangel Michael,
explained
one of them.
this many years ago on Journey into Freedom when we used to be on Freedomizer Radio. We explained this process actually many years ago.
That's so cool.
And we did it.
Yep.
And I actually have photos of the Archangel Michael in my home.
That's true. That is
in,
true.
in sphere form.
Yeah, after the 3rd or 4th night is when he came. So it was very interesting. Because, you know, if people want to believe in messages, they can or not. You'd have to go back on Red's track record and listen to many years of the shows to be familiar with the work that she does and messages that we both receive. But this is important. If he's saying he's being ignored and not being asked in, there's a reason why he wants to be in our lives, and we might want to pay attention to that. Maybe for protection.
So, in an effort to make
The messages go away,
this
so you can
stop,
actually sleep tonight.
I'm going to go ahead and do the ceremony within the next couple days, and then
We'll talk about it.
Scarlet, I'm going to pass it to you first,
Okay.
and then anybody who wants to be included in this needs to send Scarlet or I a message, because each one of us will send it to, I think it's 3 other people, send them to 3 other people.
Yep.
And they will go and they'll come, they visit, you open the door for them, you invite them in, you will send them off. There is a whole ceremony for this. And you will be blessed. They will come, they will bless you, they will bless your home. They are a pleasure to have. They are some of the best guests ever. And really, ultimately, I haven't thought about this in a really long time, so it really shocks me that he is being so blunt about being ignored and wanting to be reinvited in and saying that people have forgotten the old ways. People have forgotten the old ways.
Not a lot of people know this about me, and I've only done it with my my best friend's house, but I've done it with all my houses. I've blessed all of my houses, and then a few years ago when my best friend moved into her apartment, there was just like a really bad vibe that even their son was feeling. And I didn't tell her what I could do. I mean, and her and I talk about God and believe in God and everything, but it was just something that at that point in time I was struggling with. But I told her that I would be able to bless her house, and I do with mine. And people kind of get freaked out. And a couple years ago, I talked to my pastor about it. But a friend of mine was pregnant that my pastor knew, and I couldn't get through to her on a few things, so it was placed on my heart to go to my pastor because she was pregnant at the time, and I just felt something was wrong. I didn't know what was going to happen. I just knew that there was something wrong with her baby, and that things wasn't right, but I couldn't pinpoint what. It was just something wasn't right with her baby. And less than 24 hours, actually less than 12 hours after that, she called to tell me that her son was stillborn.
Oh no.
And knowing things in people's lives that I should not know kind of like freaks people out. And knowing that I can bless houses, and I bless everything that comes into my house.
Right.
And I bless my house, and it takes a lot, and it's extremely draining.
Yes.
Mentally and emotionally. And that's, I have purity candles if a movie's being watched, or if I'm very sketchy on new people coming into my house. But if Dwayne brings somebody over, which has happened a few times, that I just get an off vibe from, I will start praying, and I will light my candle and demand everything to leave. Everything that's not godly to leave my house, because we don't want nothing in.
Right? Nobody does. And at this point, I think that's what we need to practice on. And like I said, we're going to wrap it up here for Clarity After Dark tonight. But I think everybody needs to figure out how to protect their homes, protect their families.
It might go dark. His screen might go dark.
Yeah, it's
he
good.
just had a small seizure, and his head is hurting him. So I turned our light out.
You all right?
I'm turning the laptop for a second.
Yeah,
Hey. Listen to me. You're going to be okay. Hey. Come on. Hey. You're fine. You're fine. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. You're fine. You're fine. Relax. You're fine. Your head's going to hurt.
My brother used to get seizures all the time.
Something popped. Yeah, something did pop in you. I heard it. You'll be fine. Keep your head down. Put your arm down. Let's get back on the couch so you don't fall. You need to relax. Slow your breathing down. You need to relax. And you'll be all right.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've had to tell people before that this happens. And so, you know, this is real life. This is live on, you know, YouTube, Periscope, Twitter, DLive. And we take people from all different types of walks of life, no matter if they have disabilities or not. And so Dwayne, from time to time, does have seizures. So you might appear, you know, or see things that, you know, could be maybe alarming or disturbing to you. But to us, this is just Dwayne. And in a few minutes, he'll be back to his normal self and everything will be just fine. So I'm glad that I could put the disclaimer here on the other night, because a few nights ago they had accused Dwayne of being drunk and other things. And it's really just seizures. So
See,
I'm glad that you're here tonight, Billy, because at least people know for sure that, you know, we all know what's going on with Dwayne, but I just wanted to make that clear to anybody out there in the YouTube world or Twitterverse or anybody else who had a concern. That's actually what's going on.
Yeah, I started having mine when I was 18. I'm the second one in my family to have them. My nephew started getting his when he was 16. Now his are in his sleep. I have grandma seizures. His are in his sleep, and his show brain activity. Like, they can tell when he's having one to know, like, the medicine to put him on. And Dwayne's, I do believe, because we had him tested before with, like, all his outbursts, and like he would blow up, have an anger outburst. And so we had him tested for brain seizures and everything came back fine. But then within this last year and a half, he's been having them. So it hits our family, and it's hit everyone, at least in one generation. Like,
I'm okay.
With my grandma, it hit one of her kids. With my mom, it hit me. With my sister, it hit me. It's hitting Dwayne.
Yeah.
So, off me.
I just want everybody to see I'm okay.
Hey, Dwayne.
Okay.
Dwayne's back. So, like I
Glad
said,
you're okay.
it takes a few minutes, and then we get Dwayne back, and he's all good. And, you know, so we love you, Dwayne. We're glad you made it through. And so we're glad to see you. We always do. It only takes a few minutes, honestly, but something, you know, you can see that this is why it's so important that we take care of each other. This is why it's important to keep. How many people don't have a support person like Dwayne at home right now that this could be happening to?
If it wasn't for my mom, I would have probably had a longer one.
Yep.
You know, and my daughter moved out today, and, you know, she had been bugging me for weeks to let Dwayne move back in, but Dwayne and I butt heads a lot.
Right.
And so it's kind of sketchy, and then God lined it up for him to get kicked out. I was going to let him, you know, bring it up to him about moving back in, but either God knew he was going to say no, or I was going to drag my feet, because then he lined it up for Dwayne to get asked where he was staying at to leave. But that's one thing about mine, is that with my seizures, I can tell when I'm going to have one, but mine are so bad.
Right.
With grandma seizures,
You're not getting out of it in a few minutes like Dwayne.
My mom.
No, I've gotten told within the last 11 years, I have had 3 or 4 deadly seizures. One, the hospital had me as either written me off as either never waking me up or never waking up, or if I did, I was going to be a vegetable because I have clusters too. So I had like 6 or 7 of them within 10 to 12 minutes, and it took me 13 and a half hours to wake up from.
Oh my goodness.
And then I had, and that one that I just said, I hit my head off of a 200-pound bookcase. And the paramedics even said they felt where my neck was broken. But when they did the CAT scan and everything, I did not have a broken bone in me. And I don't remember what the nurse looked like. I don't have honey. Or even if it's on the back of the couch. I had pulled my IV out, and I remember a nurse fixing my IV. And then another nurse sat on my bed. Whether she was there or it was a figment of my imagination, I'm not sure. I know she had long curly hair.
Right.
Telling me that I needed to thank my higher power because I should have been dead. Then a couple years after that, I had one that I wasn't supposed to walk away from. I've had 3 of them in the last 11 years that they said that I shouldn't be here.
And then she had one 2 years ago that lasted about 15 minutes, and we almost lost her.
So that makes it 4. I forgot about that one.
Her blood pressure dropped 55. Her top number was
30.
It was 55 over 25 was the systolic at the bottom number, and then her sugar dropped to a 22, and at that point, you're technically supposed to be dead when your sugar drops that low.
Right. The
And
Lord
Pam put in the chat that I'm okay.
Oh yeah, no, the Lord knows who He wants to keep on this earth, and so that's why even with coronavirus, if the Lord wants to take me, that's okay, and we have to trust in what the plan is.
I know with me, a lot of kids that call me mom, they didn't have the best family life. And didn't have the best life. And so they didn't believe in God, or said they were, that they knew that they either
I'm not trying to bathroom. I'm taking my phone with me.
said that they were atheists or that God didn't love them or whatever the case may be. But I've used sorry, I'm watching Dwayne.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Just that, my seizures alone and my testimony, my story,
Yes,
has helped people to see differently. Now, rather they say that they believe in God or not, that's one, it's not about that. It's just knowing that there's a good power out there.
Yep, the higher power, whatever that is that you may believe.
There's people that say higher power. I mean, I choose to say God, but to each their own.
Yeah.
I don't judge anybody. I say God, but there are people that say a higher power, and then there are people that says positive power, instead of it being all negative.
True.
And everything. So rather they want to say a positive power, higher power,
Same thing.
Creator,
yeah, like TLO said, creator, all of those things are the same.
Right? If they want to say that their higher power is a tree in the front yard, well, you know what? As long as you have one.
Yeah. If you don't believe in something, you will fall for anything. Like Red said, Buddha, Krishna, Muhammad, whatever that is for you. Believe in something so that we don't fall for every trick that the government is trying to put out for us. And this time I really am going to wrap it up tonight here on Clarity After Dark. So with that being said, we got to believe in a higher power. We got to believe in coming together to figure out a way that we can elevate our situation, because it's only what we think it is. It's only what we make of this time. And so if we can find a way to be stronger and make better communities, become closer, and really dive in deep to the old ways and kind of rebuild the old ways, I think we can survive and thrive. And
I do too, and it takes us all standing up, being one without our government. And
yep,
you know, a lot of people are saying that about something. I seen a thing on Facebook the other day. It said something about the government closing churches down and taking us away from God, and then it was like a two-way conversation, and then it said God, you know, pretty much saying they didn't close the church. They're allowing me into everyone's home. You know, so I guess it's like the way you look at things. Some people are saying, you know, they're trying to take our religion away from us and they're shutting down churches. Well,
God is in a place.
That's allowing more people to allow God in their home, because there's people that do believe and God's already in their home. And then, you know, you have your people that just dress up and look good on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it at that. But it's them people that are allowing God in their house, which is going to make us all eventually through this all, I honestly believe in my heart, is going to make us all stand up and be one and not turn against our government, but learn how to live without our government.
You know,
without the medical, you know, the way that it used to be.
Right, and with what my mom's saying, it brings me to a verse my mom has told me all the time. And Scarlet, is it okay if I say this since you're wrapping up real quick?
Yeah, you can read that, and then we'll kind of get out of here.
Psalms 1-7 says, "My son, forget not my law, but let thine heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write upon them the table of thine heart. So shalt thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear the Lord, and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones." And that was Proverbs 3:1-8.
Wonderful, Dwayne. Well, Allie, thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Of course.
We appreciate you so much. We appreciate your patriotism. We appreciate you standing out there on the front line for freedom. You're definitely a part of the Freedom Revolution Network family, and we thank you for joining us here.
Yeah, I did hear
Thank you for having me.
what you did down in Florida today, and I couldn't talk at that point in time, but I was listening, and that is amazing.
Thank you. Well, we did one in Tampa, and we had almost 300 people there, so it was just 5 moms that put it together.
You know what? It doesn't matter if there's 3 people there or 300
I know.
people.
That's what I say, yeah.
Courage to do that.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Yes, that is amazing what you did.
And we might be seeing more here of Allie on the Freedom Revolution Network, so just stay tuned, everybody. Stay tuned.
And since everybody's giving their outros in the comments, I'll go ahead and say mine. From the seas to the skies, and from the great east coast of the United States. Good night, y'all.
Red?
Dare to be different, dare to be you, dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally.
And from the land of 10,000 lakes, and from the highest desert valley in the great American Southwest, good night, universe.
TLO,
Good night,
do you want to say yours real quick?
No matter where you go, there you are.
Oh, I like that.
So do I.
Yep. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Check out all our great shows here on the Freedom Revolution Network. And if you like what we do, think about donating to us. And we will see you on Sunday for Jeff.
Good night, everyone.
Night, TLO.